Українське суспільство багатокультурне та різноманітне, і ромська національна меншина – його невід'ємна частина. Україна – наш дім. Тому від початку повномасштабного російського вторгнення ми поряд з українцями та українками, поряд із представниками та представницями десятків інших національностей боронимо державу на передовій. Ми волонтеримо та за підтримки багатьох міжнародних партнерів допомагаємо суспільству, надаємо гуманітарну і грошову допомогу, відновлюємо будинки.
Спасибо їм дуже большое, що вони так заботяться за нами.
Що ми без цієї організації? Вона і гуманітарку, і денежну допомогу, і де що як вона допомагає.
Ми створюємо програми психофізичної реабілітації для родин військовослужбовців, військовослужбовець та постраждалих унаслідок війни. Ми створюємо дитячі простори для подолання освітніх втрат. Ми створюємо жіночі простори, де можна здобути нову спеціальність, отримати грант та відкрити власну справу.
Дуже дякую організації «Голос Ромні». Вони мені дуже допомогли. Тавен бахтале манушали зорали. Спасибо вам большое за допомогу.
Ми представляємо
We
Україну
introduce
на великих
represent
міжнародних
Ukraine on big
заходах, де
international
говоримо
events, where we discuss the need to support Ukraine in its struggle against Russia, where we declare that we are the democratic state which works on equality of rights and opportunities for everyone. Roma civil society is a devoted partner to the government. Our joint work is the way of Ukraine towards the European Union. We would like to welcome you on the National Forum on Implementation of the Roma Strategy, appreciating diversity. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, everybody who are with us offline. I would like to welcome everyone who is online. Now we start the first National Forum for Implementation of Roma Strategy, appreciating diversity. My name is Jana Brinzea. I have the honor to work today with you. So what is our plan for today? Ahead of us, we have three powerful panel discussions during which we are going to discuss implementation of Roma Strategy 2030, the first interim results of its implementation. We shall also discuss the progress of inclusion of Roma into humanitarian response plans, cooperation of organizations with civil society, and the power of Roma women, of many I can see here, and this panel will inspire us that we move forward and we feel that the changes are possible. Shall we start our official part with the special statement, video statement from the Vice Speaker of the Parliament of Ukraine, co-founder of Ukrainian Women Congress, Olena Kondratyuk. Dear participants, I'm happy to welcome you on the National Forum on Implementation of Roma Strategy. The topic of tolerance, equality, access to decision-making is very important today for Ukraine. The Parliament of Ukraine approved the well-balanced modern European law on the national minorities. To us, it is important that each national minority feels themselves in Ukraine protected, comfortable, with no form of discrimination. In Ukraine, before the beginning of a full-scale invasion, according to Ombudsman Office, there were more than 400,000 Roma who represent 15 different ethnic groups. In the territory of Ukraine, Roma have been living for 600 years. Since February 2022, 100,000 Roma became NDPs or refugees who went abroad. Regretfully, Roma are a vulnerable group in Ukraine. They don't have proper access to education and health care. They are not accepted for job. They don't receive documents. Roma women face high risk of violence, including domestic violence, juvenile marriage. War has only reinforced the existing problems. The state of Ukraine has admitted that Roma are the vulnerable category of the population, one of the most discriminated ethnic minorities. On the government level, in the year 2021, special Roma strategy was approved, which is designated till the year 2030. Full-scale war disrupted the strategies, was updated 1.5 years ago by approving the action plan to approve the strategy for 2025-24. Very good norms have been enshrined: access to healthcare and education, improving housing conditions, employment, preservation of cultural and linguistic diversity. Which word is the most common in Roma strategy is to support. And I would prefer that it tells to perform, to carry out, to provide, to compel, and to finance instead. Yet, with no international partners, we cannot go forward. I know that the initiators of the forum have the idea to create coordination platform for monitoring and implementation of plans of Roma strategy. I believe that the adequate attitude towards national minorities is an important indicator of preparedness of Ukraine for accession to the European Union. And I'm convinced that recovery of Ukraine is both reconstruction of infrastructure, schools, motorways, factories, buildings, also a recovery of values of Ukrainian society, including such values as tolerance of ethnic groups who have been stigmatized for quite many years. As co-chairman of Ukrainian Women's Congress, I would like to say that Roma women, like men, must receive access to decision-making in the process of recovery of Ukraine. I hope this will happen. I wish fruitful work and efficient decisions to the forum. I would like to thank Orlena Kondratyuk for the beginning of our today's meeting. And I would like to give the floor for the welcoming address to the Ambassador Extraordinary Plenipotentiary of Canada to Ukraine, Madam Smots, Natalia Smots. We can now expect a statement in English language, therefore be prepared if you need interpretation.
Доброго ранку.
Good morning.
Avin Baktale. I learned this sentence. I learned this sentence recently from the formidable Angelika Bielova, the president voice of Romni. As a Romni human rights activist and feminist, she has been leading on incredible work on the empowerment of women and girls, not just of her community, but for Ukraine. We need to continue working together to ensure that women, Roma women especially, have equal opportunities to meaningfully participate in the life of their communities and in Ukraine. We need to continue addressing gender discrimination as stereotypes, and we need to keep working together to eliminate all forms of gender-based violence. We are here today to provide our collective support to the Roma strategy. I understand from her the importance of the strategy and why implementing it will make a difference. The strategy is a path for better inclusion of the Roma community in Ukraine. Today, we will hear directly their challenges and having frank conversations about how to do things differently. And this is what Angelica shared with me. Women from different groups need to be leaders at the decision-making tables. The Roma community needs to be involved in the process of defending, reconstructing the country, both men and women. This is a multicultural Ukraine, one that ensures women's rights and that it's part of the European Union in the future. The number one chance of having Romni women at the decision-making table will be really critical for all of these goals to happen. Protecting national minorities, including the Roma community, contributes to Ukraine's progress towards EU membership. This is a very noble goal, one that all of us in this room support. And during peaceful times, it is one that can be addressed with reforms, conferences, and other peaceful activities. But we all know that in war conditions, this is far more complicated. Only a few days ago, we acknowledged the millions of victims of the Holocaust, and I visited Babin Yar memorial site that's devastating to comprehend the number of killings that happened in so few days. It included thousands of Roma men, women, and children. And we collectively committed to never again. Building an inclusive and diverse society that fights together, plans together, and builds together, heals together, is part of Ukraine's best defense, and is also what will make Ukraine a healthy country all the way down to the community level. I would like to take a moment to recognize Roma Ukrainians fighting for the defense of Ukraine, and here are a few. Mikhailo Titichko, aka Baron, is a Ukrainian Roma from Zakarpattia Oblast. He has 3 sons, aged 5, 7, and 8. He was not subject to mobilization, but he volunteered for the defense of Ukraine. Vasil Medvedyenko is a 29-year-old Romani man voluntarily left his wife and children and enlisted in the army for Ukraine after seeing what the Russia did at Bucha. Albert is a 28-year-old Roman man from Biela Tsarkva near Kyiv. He has 3 sons, aged 11, 9, and 7. He sent his family to Zakarpattia Oblast, and he joined the Ukrainian Defense Forces. These contributions to Ukraine's defense are particularly notable given that Roma culture is against bearing arms. We are here today to take an important step. We will discuss what are the roadblocks to the implementation of the Roma strategy. How do we collectively address discrimination in education, healthcare, housing, and employment affecting the Roma community? These are tough questions, but I am confident that we have the right people in the room to unpack the issues and brainstorm together to find solutions to these and other challenges. Canada is here to support Ukraine and its Euro-Atlantic aspirations, and we support your values and a democratic society that celebrates its diversity and inclusion. As Canada, we are here to share our lessons learned, what we could do better, what we would do differently, and this is an opportunity to learn from one another and to be each other's champions. Ukraine, after all, is fighting for the future for all of us, for our values that we all hold dear. Slava Ukraini!
Thank you very much. Both Madam Natalka and Elena have discussed implementation of Roma strategy and also empowerment of Roma community is an important step, or Ukraine's accession to the EU also important step to strengthen Ukraine as such. In this context, we need to invite Mr. Deputy Floor, temporary representative of the affairs of European Union to Ukraine.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues and friends, today we gather to reaffirm our unwavering commitment to inclusivity, equality, and the fundamental rights of all communities that shape our shared European heritage. Among them, the Roma community stands as an integral and dynamic segment of our collective identity. Despite their rich cultural legacy and invaluable contributions to our societies, the Roma people remain among the most vulnerable, facing persistent social and economic challenges. As Ukraine moves forward towards recovery and reconstruction, the potential of the Roma community to contribute is outstanding. Their inclusion can play a vital role in addressing labor shortages, revitalizing demographic growth, and preserving the cultural diversity that defines Ukraine. Their resilience, entrepreneurial spirit, of which we saw a few examples in the video at the beginning of this event, and their deep-rooted traditions should not only be acknowledged but actively supported as part of our shared vision for a more inclusive and prosperous future. In this regard, the ongoing efforts of the Ukrainian government to implement the Roma strategy are of utmost importance. This strategy lays the groundwork for meaningful inclusion, ensuring that the Roma community has access to opportunities, resources, and the support necessary to thrive. The European Union is ready to share its extensive experience and policies related to Roma integration. And our commitment is clear. We provide the expertise, resources, and solidarity needed to turn this vision into reality. A key pillar of our commitment is the joint project that we are implementing with the Council of Europe to support the implementation of European standards on anti-discrimination and the rights of national minorities in your country. Through this initiative, we support in particular the Ukrainian Ombudsman's Office in monitoring the implementation of the national Roma strategy. And we hope that this effort will contribute to the development and adoption of a new action plan on the Roma strategy that is inclusive, participatory, and developed in close consultation with Roma civil society organizations, activists, and international partners. Furthermore, through our House of Europe program, which is managed by our German friends, we provide numerous opportunities for Roma organizations and activists. These include funding for cultural heritage projects. This includes translations, international exchanges, individual mobility, and infrastructure repair. By directly supporting Roma communities and Roma organizations, we strengthen their activism, build capacity, and foster long-term empowerment. And this is truly our goal. Ladies and gentlemen, our joint efforts to integrate and support the Roma community go beyond policy and funding. They contribute to a stronger, to a more resilient Ukraine, a Ukraine that embraces its diversity, protects the rights of all its people, and upholds the European values of equality, justice, and human dignity. Let us continue working together in making this vision a reality. The Roma community is not just part of Ukraine's past. They are an essential part of its future. And with cooperation, with commitment, and in particular, the commitment of the European Union, and with shared determination, we can build a society where every individual, regardless of background, has the opportunity to contribute, to prosper, and to thrive. Thank you very much.
Дякуємо вам, Діпло. Під оплески проведаємо вас назад до зали.
Thank you very much indeed. Our subtopic, appreciating, celebrating diversity. Diversity is a component of human rights. Only if we appreciate diversity, we indeed recognize human rights as fundamental values. Therefore, today, I propose that we watch the video statement of the Commissioner of the Council of Europe for Human Rights, Mike Flaherty.
Friends, thank you so much for inviting me to participate in this conference. I'm sorry that I cannot be with you in person. I very much look forward to getting back to Ukraine in the coming months. I welcome the initiative of this conference. I think that standing up for the human rights of the Roma peoples right across Europe is arguably one of our top human rights priorities. The challenges that face us are enormous. They're not unique to any country. We find them right across the Council of Europe member states. Allow me this afternoon to share with you just 3 thoughts. The first is that as we focus on tackling and standing up for the human rights of the Roma people, we need to zero in on anti-Gypsyism. We need to target the profound inequalities between the Roma and other members of our societies, and we have to find ways to celebrate the wonderful cultural diversity of Roma communities everywhere. That's the first range, if you will, of things to address. The second dimension of how we stand up for the human rights of the Roma peoples is by working together. We can do so much more united than we can separate. That is why I so very much welcome the initiative of this conference. And I pledge to play my part in cooperating with you in this vital project. And there, the third and the final dimension, and in a way the Voices of Romani organization has done such a good job of focusing on it, and that is the role of women. I firmly believe that women are vectors of change for Roma communities, not just in your country, but everywhere. We need to find ways to work with Roma women so that they become all the more empowered to be the champions and the leaders who can make such a profound difference. But again, thank you again for the invitation, and I wish you every good fortune for this important event. Thank you.
Thank you, dear Michael, for these warm words. We are going to listen to another video address from Mr. Matthias Schmale, UN System Coordinator.
Esteemed participants, honorable guests, friends and partners, it is both an honor and a privilege to give a few remarks to this National Forum on the implementation of the Roma Strategy 2030. First and foremost, I congratulate you on agreeing this second National Roma Strategy 2030, which calls all stakeholders to protect and promote the rights of the Roma community. We must all recognize the rich heritage that the Roma people contribute to society through their culture, history, and language. We must also remember the systematic challenges, deep-rooted discrimination, stigmatization, isolation, and inequalities they face on national and local levels. The 3 years since Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine have resulted in unacceptable violations of human rights and international humanitarian law, including discrimination against Roma communities. We must prioritize vulnerable people such as the Roma and ensure that their health, rights and dignity are safeguarded. Now, this year we are launching the UN Sustainable Development Cooperation Framework, agreed with government to cover the period 2025 to 2029. The priorities and results contained in the cooperation framework are underpinned by the principles to leave no one behind, to ensure human rights for all, and gender equality. This all implies UN commitment to support and include the Roma community as a pivotal aspect of effective recovery and development action at all levels. Roma civil society organizations and activists, most often women and girls, have demonstrated a remarkable role in advocating for and supporting inclusive and gender-responsive humanitarian action and recovery. Please continue to hold government, us in the UN, and other partners to account on our stated commitments. Today, we must do more than listening to Roma voices. We must amplify them and ensure that the Roma community is not just included in policy making, but is actively shaping it. I am sorry I cannot be with you in person and wish you fruitful and results-oriented discussions as we move forward in this vital work.
This was Mr. Matthias Schmale. Throughout these 30 minutes, we've heard a lot about the strength of the Roma women. We know that they are a powerful driver, and now be ready to welcome Ms. Belova, the president of Voice of Romani organization and regional representative of Ukrainian Women's Congress. We would like to hear a round of applause for her. Yes, that's right. Thank you. Dear participants, colleagues, partners, friends, welcome everyone. I'm privileged to be here among people who have made their contribution to this event. I'm grateful to you. I'm grateful to our best team that participated in organizing this event. 10 years ago, Roma Educational Fund supported me with a grant. That's why I'm standing here in front of you. I participated in a leadership program, and this grant supported partnership and joint efforts. As we know, some programs cease to exist in Ukraine. However, we, Romas, are here to be leaders, to be self-sufficient, to join, to concert our efforts at all levels, because it's about our lives, about people who have Roma parents or one of the parents who speak different dialects. However, all of us identify ourselves as Romas. And here we are talking also about our democratic country and our society. We are an integral part of this society. I've been dreaming of an initiative that would bring together women's Roma's organization. I expect that the authorities and international organizations will demonstrate their commitment to support rights of Romans. This has been my dream. I shared with Ms. Kondratyuk, with Ms. Vaitsekhovska, with Ms. Ionova. In 2020, they included me in their team of regional representatives of Women's Congress. I looked up them as role models. I have always met and I always meet women who helped me, who advised me and guided me. I'm so happy to see many of them here. Please accept my deepest appreciation. I'm urging all women today, please support each other, help each other, make women's movement diverse, ensure this diversity and inclusiveness. Diverse women has to be involved in the national feministic movement. I'm also happy to see the representatives of the authorities, international organizations, CSOs, many other organizations, and many young activists, including Roma activists. This means that partially our mission has been a success because we've brought together all these representatives. Our next step will be to achieve synergy, to produce positive results with a view to improving the situation of a Roma community. Together with the authorities, we have drafted a strategy till 2030. This strategy is accompanied by an action plan for 2024 and 2025. Just like with the previous strategy, we face some challenges such as missing funds and a lack of coordination between Roma, CSOs and international partners, especially at the grassroots level. The regional plans supporting this strategy should reflect the community's needs at the local level. We do need efficient and optimized and localized plans because the Roma communities are not homogeneous. The National Action Plan and the regional plans have to be aligned with the recovery priorities as well. Therefore, our organization has come up with an idea to create a standing coordination platform that will be coordinating the priorities with the regional groups that are to be headed by the representatives of the Roma communities. It is our intention to create such a coordination platform to be partners for the government, to engage international partners, to improve the situation of the most vulnerable community members. Tomorrow we are going to approve this idea. Yet today we have to answer a couple of questions. Number one, can the strategy ensure empowerment of the Roma community? In what way is the Roma community involved in general resistance to our enemy? What is the role of Roma women? What are the achievements? What achievements are possible when we, Roma communities, combine our efforts with the authorities, other organizations? We are going to produce several products, namely recommendations for the authorities, CSOs, and international partners as to their contribution to the improving situation of Roma's community. Next, the structure of the coordination platform for implementing Roma strategy and action plan to promote and support the coordination platform from now on. Roma organizations are experienced. They have gained new knowledge as a result of being active in the area of humanitarian response and providing services to the affected population. Throughout 3 years of war, organization Voice of Romni helped 106,000 people. Other Roma organizations helped another 1,000 of people, and you will learn about these achievements today. The voice of Romni community should be heard at all levels. Roma's needs have to be included into the plans of humanitarian response and recovery of Ukraine. Roma community should not be just listened to, but it should be involved in decision-making processes. Therefore, we have to act in a coordinated manner. We should also stick to the principle, nothing for Romas without Romas, because we are an integral part of the Ukrainian society. Representatives of the Roma community are on the front line. They sacrifice their lives for the sake of our common future. We are your reliable partners and experts. Together, we can work and develop our democratic and multicultural society. With that, I would like to extend gratitude to all partners who have supported us in arranging this important event. With that, I'm ready to announce this forum on implementation of Roma strategy officially open. Thank you. Thank you very much. We've started warming up. It's good. We need to energize ourselves. First, please check if your mobile phones are on mute. Please check the sound. Those who are watching us online should not listen to your phone calls. And now you will have to activate from 12 to 17 muscles in your body, because that many muscles you activate when you smile. Now we have to make a family picture. Please smile. Our photographer is on the stage, so please don't be lazy. Activate your facial muscles and smile. Hopefully you are not tired from smiling. Are we good? Okay, perfect. Now I think we can definitely commence our forum, and we will start with the words of gratitude. First of all, to the armed forces of Ukraine. Both men and women, representatives of the Roma community, also fight on the front line. That's why we can talk about human rights here in Kiev. This is the concept the Russia knows nothing about. So many thanks to our defenders. National Forum on Implementation of the Roma Strategy valuing diversity has been arranged with the support of the philanthropic center that mobilizes charity assistance to resist disasters and to recovery. It provides expert counseling and resources, coordinating national and international funds addressing disasters on behalf of corporations, funds, and private persons via providing target and local grants. We have also received financial support of Oxfam in Ukraine and the government of the Great Britain and Mercy Corps. The National Forum is also implemented under the project Human Rights for Ukraine, Stage 2, implemented by UNDP in Ukraine, funded by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Denmark till 2026, as well as project Increasing Resilience and Protection of the conflict-affected persons, communities, and systems in the center and in the east of Ukraine. We are also grateful to the program «Спроможні and сильні» та «Сильні» implemented by the East Europe Fund with the support of the Swiss government. The event is organized under the financial support of UNHCR, UNFPA, and the Global Fund for Children, UNICEF. The National Forum is also funded by WPHF, which is a flexible and operational tool for funding. It supports high-quality events for increasing capacity of the local women in addressing conflicts, responding to crises and emergencies. Our media partner is the internet outlet Apostrophe. Many thanks to everyone who contributed to this forum. Due to you, we can talk about the strategy and its implementation. Now we are ready to start our first panel discussion. It will be dedicated to the participation of Roma community in recovery. The subtitle is From Paper to Actions. So we realize that having goals on paper is not sufficient. We have to discuss the experience of the previous strategy implementation. We have to assess the potential strategy implementation in the years to come. So we have to realize whether the strategy is being implemented. We have to talk about its gaps, and we have to discuss the future steps. Now, I would like to ask Mr. Igor Losovsky, the Deputy Head of the National Service on Ethnic Policy, then Mr. Vladimir Kondor, the Deputy Head of the Office for the Indigenous People's Rights. Ms. Natalia Dominica will join us online. She is the program specialist from OSCE. She is expert in Roma and Sinti. Then there will be also representative Foundation for Europe, Roma Foundation for Europe, and Mr. Vasily Dorosh should also come to the stage from the Ministry of Culture, in particular from Lviv Oblast Military and Civil Administration. Then Mr. Vladimir Yakovenko, the head of ARCA CSO. Igor, let's start with you, perhaps. Then you can share your opinion on the implementation of the Roma strategy. Thank you very much for inviting me. Dear colleagues, dear ambassadors, dear Deputy Ambassador, thank you very much for this invitation. Ms. Angelica, thank you for arranging this event. I'm absolutely sure that it will be a successful today event. I represented the National Service of Ukraine on ethnic policy and freedom of conscience. This is the central executive authority in charge of ethnic policies and interconfessional relations. We are a civil service. We implement the policies. However, we have been shaping the policy as well. Generally, this is the ministry's function. However, we have partially undertaken this function. We are not very large service. There are just 30 people working in our service. Recently, the government has signed the respective document ordering to recruit more people. This means that the government realizes the importance of our work for the benefit of the ethnic minorities.
One of our priorities are Romas, and we are actively involved. Today, every speaker has discussed, and this topic of our conference is focused on implementation of the Roma strategy. And the Roma strategy, as Angelika has discussed before, was developed by the government agency and civil society. Which agencies? First of all, the State Service for Ethnic Policy. We have developed the first draft strategy, and we have organized the working groups. It was a large-scale document. We created it on the basis of European strategy, European Roma strategy, which is quite similar. There have been 8 working groups. We invited the experts from the government, also independent experts, also the civil society. As a result, we developed 8 strategy directions. All of them are now part of the Roma strategy. And a large group of people has been involved in its preparation. The government has approved the strategy. It was in July 2021. And we started to develop the action plan for implementation. And actually, we implemented in January 2022. Yet in 3 weeks, the war began. We did not even submit to the government for approval. The war began. The migration of the population began. The Romas from the east, quite many Romas went to the west, to Transcarpathia. Quite many of them went to the neighboring countries. Actually, it was not possible to implement the strategy and the plans of activities. However, some time has passed, less than 1 year, and we understood that it's necessary to continue to rehabilitate that process of the strategy implementation. And we have created, first we thought, well, the new strategy will be created, and yet by creating strategy documents, as you may know, it's quite a complicated process, and it's a lengthy process. Therefore, we decided that we keep the strategy and just develop the new action plan for its implementation. So we developed the new plan. And from this process, I can start. We have prepared the special materials that we don't forget, everything we did for the last year. In December 2023, the government has approved the action plan for strategy implementation, the action plan for 24-25. In the end of this year, we need to create the action plan for 26-27. This plan includes 64 activities to fulfill the 24 tasks in 24 spheres related to integration of Romas into the public life of the country, which are focused on 8 strategic objectives defined by the strategy. The responsible performance of 32 positions of the action plan are the oblast administrations and Kiev city administration and local governments. It's for their competence in line with the legislation that resolving the matter of education, healthcare, housing matters, providing for water supply, other utility service, are responsible for. Most of the administrative services, the representatives of Roma community can receive in the created in the centers created by territorial communities for provision of administrative services. As you understand, there are the plans to fulfill which have been carried out due to the challenges of the big war. How do you assess the fulfillment of those plans? If those plans have been performed? I would like to discuss the activity of our agency, which is a central executive branch agency. And we don't have the authority to carry out locally. We create the regulatory and legislative framework, and we did it. I did not quote everything out of the legislative framework. It includes also the law on national minorities and communities, two pieces of legislation to amend that legislation, 16 regulations we have created. We create the legislative framework, and the performers of the Roma strategy, it is being carried out locally. Those are local governments, and those are regional governments, briefly speaking. That's obvious. But what do you think if they cope with that, and what are the key obstacles towards implementation? Maybe in the field of communications, finance, institutional, what are the obstacles in the implementation? Speaking of the obstacles, we all know that there is a war in the country, and this is the largest war after the Second World War in Europe, and not only Europe. It's obvious that all of the funds of the state budget mainly are focused on the security and defense of the country. Therefore, to implement Roma strategy, as it was discussed today already, and Angelika spoke of it, there is lack of funds. And indeed, we hope strongly and on our partners from international organizations, and they are providing support to us, including Council of Europe, European Commission, individual countries, including Canada. We are now working in the laws, which are now prescribed, and the sub-laws, they must be implemented by the central government and regional governments. As far as the regional ones are concerned, there is a gap. Today, we are working on the amendments to the law on local authorities and local governments that they will have particular commitments about implementation, also as I speak today of the Roma strategy. Some of the finance, some of the problematic, including the finance and some problems with sub-laws and bylaws. As far as communication problems are concerned, we have communications with regional administrations. They report back to us regularly on the fulfillment of different laws and programs, including Roma strategy. We regularly receive from them what they did, and yet we don't have information we do have from the regional agencies, and yet to the lesser extent from the local governments, and also communication with local communities. And the communities cannot confirm to us if indeed everything we receive, because the cases took place when everything is just fine on paper, everything has been fulfilled, and in the reality, our employees from time to time are visiting such activities for monitoring locally, and they ask from community representatives, and sometimes they don't confirm what local governments are telling. Maybe this is lack of knowledge, or maybe lack of communications locally, and yet those are the problems. Shall we discuss the last problem? how do you see the ideal system of coordination between different institutions on local level in order to avoid such a situation that something is reported back and it's hard to check if this happens in reality? We, as representatives of the central government, would prefer the communities to be more active locally, that they cooperate with local governments and regional governments. Whether it's necessary to create any special units of the monitoring units, we need to discuss it. I'm not sure that we don't create some additional bureaucratic structure which will monitor over the monitors. Everybody will monitor each other. As I believe, from the central perspective, I visit the locations, and yet I don't work there all the time. I believe that it would be important to focus if you have any funds, and the funds are limited, that we can also streamline, that we can focus whether from the state budget or regional budgets, or if this international support, that they go right straight to the field. This is what Angelica discussed in the beginning. It's necessary that the communities become more active, then there won't be the story, that it's hard to check if anything happened. Volodymyr, shall we discuss with you as the representative of the Ombudsman office? What changes can you see in the field of activity of the Roma community coming back, referring back to what Angelica discussed, that there is less financing, and indeed someone needs to absorb responsibility and become more active. Could you see such activity? I would like to welcome all the participants. I would like to thank for the invitation. In the continuation of this discussion, I have prepared my speech, and yet we shall go into the practical domain. This is even better. As for the activities, having in mind that with quite many participants, we have worked on such matters together. As the full-scale war began, and regretfully all those proposals have been suspended, including Roma strategy. However, anyway, it was initiated from the Ombudsman office, and as we can see, step by step, it is now being implemented. As far as activities are concerned, we are speaking of the implementation of the program in the regions, which is important for us. Actually, local governments are compelled to fulfill the strategy. This is what we understand. Yet the question is, how shall we demand from the local governments that they actually do it? First of all, those activities are of our leaders in the communities. To what extent they can do it in the professional manner? What is necessary for it? First, training, building the team. If there is a district, that's fine. Maybe there is organization. If we speak of Odessa region, the village of Faraonivka, from Odessa it takes 200 kilometers. And how to get there? There's a local government where one half of the village lives are Romas by ethnicity. Actually, it would be good to have people who could do it locally. And this must be a system. It's necessary to unite the efforts. There is experience of Roma mediators. Those people are present here for quite many years. They had the experience. I believe that those people must share this experience. There are quite many proposals. There are also international standards according to which they train such people. There are the methodologies. Simply, we need to take it into one set. We need to prepare, and this takes time. Yet one has to do it quickly, and one has to do it powerfully in communication with local governments. There are advisory bodies on the oblast military administrations, also local governments, which must be used. To what extent, within the scale and the plans, it is embedded for the activity of the government agencies, we are not sure. And yet, as we keep monitoring, I would like to tell you that every quarter we receive reports from the governments from all regions, from every oblast. We receive information about performing the Roma strategy as well. What can we see? It's written to us that the activities have been carried out, some participation was made, or they have been invited, or something was held at the level of the budget, yet no practical actions. We cannot observe them so far. There are responses to some local problems, but this is not systemic. We still need to understand that there is an effect of the war, the wartime. This is also a difficulty. This is a challenge that we need to face, and we need to adopt that strategy and that plan once again. Anyway, it depends a lot from both the government and the civic sector, from Romas themselves, and therefore I believe that nowadays to the extent to which the Roma leaders are professional, to the same extent, the quality of fulfillment of that program, state program, will correspond to expectations. We need to invest into people and develop them, that we multiply the network of those who could speak on behalf of the community. We had a coalition of Roma non-government organizations. Now it is not important anymore. In the past, they did a lot to unite. Nowadays, it is proposed to make a platform to unite people, that we move that monitoring of implementation of the program. It's a good idea, and we need to work on it, and we need to see who can be of benefit, who can generate benefits. There are quite many partners. There are examples. Angelica discussed that before. There is experience. Everything must be used for positive results of this program. The program is a basis. This is like a roadmap. Yet locally, there are different sectors and different matters, also levels of governance. Here one has to look locally what is happening locally. As for localities, regional representatives of the Ombudsman Office created expert councils, which include also representatives of Roma communities. How efficient those councils are, as you believe, speaking of the oblasts, I believe that in Transcarpathia they are most efficient, because there is a lot of Roma population. Odessa region, also Mykolaiv. Recently, we looked at the reports from regional offices. I can say that those councils, civic councils, are efficient, and yet they have not been created just for Romas only, because there are different representatives of the civic sector. And actually, sometimes Romas are not represented everywhere. They are not in every oblast. This must be understood. As I know, there are some in Transcarpathia and also in Odessa, and they are part of the Roma are part of the civic councils. To make it efficient, we need to propose something from ourselves. I return back to it. One has to be more active in it. There were individual cases where our representatives helped and keep helping. And again, in Transcarpathia, there are Roma families. One of the cases when those were the IDPs, internally displaced persons, they went to Transcarpathia and they did not want to place them, to lodge them next to the others because they were Romas. It was a straight discrimination. And the decision was made, there was a phone call, the representative has visited them. Such matters can be resolved very quickly and efficiently. Moreover, with all representatives of Roma communities, I'm in touch. I stay in touch all the time. Everybody has my phone number. They can call me anytime. And we can make a response to the regions and decisions will be made.
This means that the Roma question is the priority question for the Commissioner. Today, I'm going to announce that we have created a specialized, dedicated Roma unit because we are really eager to help. We are willing to protect Roma's rights. Thank you very much, dear Volodymyr. Let's get back to the strategy again. One may think that the strategy is a kind of a general document. However, unless we know the clear direction, we can get lost. Now I would like to hand it over to Ms. Natalia Dominica from OSCE. Natalia, are with you? Good afternoon. You help the states that participate in OSCE to improve the situation of Romas in their respective countries. What is the situation with the strategy implementation in your opinion?
Доброго ранку. Good morning from work. Hope you can hear me well. First of all, I'm really represent OSCE's institutions on human rights at this event. I would like to take this opportunity and thank the entire team of Voice of Romni for organizing such a relevant and, more importantly, timely meeting. This year, the Roma Action Plan 24-25 concludes, and this means that the discussion on how to assess the progress and to think how the next steps should happen now. And it is indeed commendable to see that civil society, namely Voice of Romni in this case, brings together state parties, civil society, and international community to have such discussion. Today's forum also calls to reflect whether the strategy developed years ago is still relevant considering the current circumstances in the country. To answer shortly, I would say it is not. Our office have conducted human rights monitoring since 24 February 2022, and we have observed that the Roma population, along other groups of population, have suffered violations of international humanitarian law. They also have experienced discrimination and violations of their rights when accessing shelter, protection, aid, socioeconomic services and benefits made available to displaced groups. Women are particularly vulnerable to intersectional discrimination, gender-based violence, and other forms of abuse. These inequalities, unfortunately, remain widely undocumented and unreported. The upcoming Roma Action Plan must guarantee complex measures aimed to tackle discrimination against Roma and provide better protection of their human rights. A particular emphasis has to be put on displaced groups, both internally and abroad. The plan also to incorporate gender lenses to ensure that the needs of Roma women are properly met. Another question I would like to put forward is whether the full focus should be on Roma-oriented policy or the needs of Roma should be mainstreamed in relevant policies. I would say both. Indeed, there is a strong need to continue putting in place Roma-focused policies, yet at the same time, authorities have to ensure that recovery and reconstruction frameworks do not leave Roma behind. And this thought already has been mentioned today earlier by some other speakers. Moreover, Ukraine will undergo a reforming period in light of the EU accession. This will be an opportune moment to show state's strong commitment towards inclusion of Roma and ensure that domestic mechanisms are considerate of the specific needs of Roma. Now, moving towards the role of civil society in all these processes that I have mentioned earlier, over the past 3 years, our office has ensured repeatedly venue for advocacy and cooperation for the Ukrainian Roma non-governmental sector. For instance, we facilitate the participation of Roma activists in the OSCE Human Dimension events. These platforms are a great opportunity to flag to participating states the key concerns and to also propose recommendations. We also have created safe space for capacity building opportunities for Roma and pro-Roma human rights defenders from Ukraine. This equipped them with knowledge on human rights monitoring, open source investigation, digital safety and security, and gender equality. One important takeaway for us from these trainings is that civil society possesses incredible expertise on the situation of Roma. What I want to say with this is that Roma civil society should be included not only in the consultation process on Roma-related policy, but also on mainstream matters, for instance, recovery and redevelopment processes. At ODIHR, we believe in meaningful dialogue between civil society authorities and international community. Over the past year, we nurtured safe spaces for all related actors to come together, discuss the existing issues, and take actions to address these issues. On a final note, I would like to emphasize that our office stands ready to provide tailored support to state authorities and civil society, as we have done over the past 3 years. And we are also open for communication, for suggestion, and we strongly encourage you to come to us, to be proactive, and to let us know how we can support you. Дякую.
Дякую, пані Наталія. Говорячи про інституційне забезпечення, то які моделі...
Thank you, Natalia. In terms of the institutional models, what coordination models at the regional level are most successful in your opinion?
Actually, I have thought about this question, and I was also thinking about the question, what progress has been achieved, yeah? But unfortunately, I would say that we are in no position to answer to this question. Now, talking about the progress, what progress has been achieved? To be able to answer to this question, indeed, we need a comprehensive methodology to see from different actors, civil society, state authorities, international community, to see what have been done, what are the gaps, what are the remaining issues. So unfortunately, to talk about the progress, I think our institution ODIHR is in a place. And here I want to mention that, however, we We plan to provide support to state authorities to assess the Roma action plan and to see what was good, what should be kept, what should be changed in the new policy, and so on. But this also means that other actors have to join efforts because, as we know, the country is in a state of war, and the state authorities have very limited capacity, and we have to bring together all actors to be able to run this process. I'm referring to assessing the Roma action plan. Now, when it comes to regional mechanism or perhaps some other good practices from other countries, it is also difficult to bring some examples, because when we are thinking about other countries, those countries have not been going through the processes that Ukraine has been over the past 3 years. So to take a model from another country and to try to replicate it in Ukraine, I would say it's not the best scenario, according to my opinion. But maybe other speakers may have a different opinion. I hope I answered your question.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Natalia. Давайте, власне, тоді далі поговоримо про міжнародний досвід.
Okay, maybe let's talk about the international experience then. Of course, as Ms. Natalia says, the foreign experience is not absolutely relevant for us because other countries, thanks God, have not faced such situation as Ukraine. However, it is possible to study some experience of the countries that have implemented the Roma strategies. Ms. Neda is online with us, and I'll ask you, you have a many-year experience in protecting Roma's rights in Europe. Have you seen any positive cases, any success stories in terms of improving the real situation of the communities?
Thank you for the invitation. It's an honor to join here, your forum, really important one in Ukraine, and to contribute with our contribution, what we've seen in Europe that works. I will start directly answering your question. I think Angelica also spoke about the importance of the scholarships that the Roma Education Fund was providing, initiative of our foundation that started and supported. And I think this is a clearly example. We've seen governments taking over the scholarships and mentorship programs, and we've seen drastic increase of educational outcomes of Roma because no child should lose opportunity for education because of a lack of finances for travel or food or clothes. So this is clearly one example of what works and what has provided results in Europe, specifically on educational outcomes for Roma. And I think this is important given the current situation in Ukraine. And even though, of course, you want to have localized models, I can speak about the ecosystem that needs to be created for the implementation of the strategy to work. And I think here we have a couple of key ingredients that are needed. One is the importance of inclusion and partnership with Roma-led organizations. The administration, the institutions have been working a certain way, and this way hasn't given results for Roma. And while, of course, reforms are needed and will be ongoing, there is a need for progress in this moment. And this can happen only when partnering and bridging this gap and working directly with the community, which the Roma-led organizations that we support in Europe are providing and have this capacity and access. And I think the second very important is who is responsible to implement these measures and these organizations. Very often, the practice is that the ministries or state agencies, etc., who are responsible for the designing and monitoring of the strategy are not actually with the competences to implement the many areas where interventions is needed. So partnership directly with institutions who are actually working on the issues is crucial, because this is the main risk when you have the targeted policy, that none of the other policies is actually dealing with Roma, because there is a separate policy, and this is the biggest risk that we've seen in across Europe. And when governments are actually implementing the strategy as part of their own competence and budget investment, this is where we see results. And the third, and I think most important ingredient, is from where does the consensus come that a new investment in Roma is needed. And Ukraine here has a very special opportunity. Previous speakers in the opening panel spoke about the contribution of Roma soldiers to the defense of the Ukraine, the Roma volunteers, etc. And I think recognizing that Roma are not just essential part of Ukrainian society, but the future of Ukraine, we have to realize that more than 1/3 of Roma in Ukraine are under the age of 15. So this is the future of Ukraine, and recognizing that the need to implement this strategy is not the EU integration and expectation from outside, but really a societal consensus that Roma are the potential and future workers, future doctors, future teachers in Ukraine, is where I think the support for the implementation should come. There are a lot of pro-reform civil servants, teachers, etc., who are willing to help, but also we have seen legacies where there is still a bit of ignorant approach to the cause.
Пані Недо, враховуючи контекст, про який ви говорите, про те, що справді
Dear Neda, indeed, children from Roma communities are our future, our teachers, our physicians, our soldiers. So, in your opinion, how should we change the approach to implementing the Roma strategy, given all those facts that you have enlisted?
I think it's first who is sitting around the table. We need to have the right people. So the prime ministers, the presidents of the parliament, the president of the country, the ministers of finance, the ministers of economy, they also need to think about this. This is not only a human rights issue. This is not only a minority issue. This is an issue about the future economy, the future demography of Ukraine, and shifting these discussions into the key political circles is, I think, of essence. Because once there is support from the top political leadership, the implementation will come. Because yes, it's true that the local authorities are responsible for implementation, but it's also true that a lot of these public services that they need to provide is delegated authority, and the government should finance in order to be able to expect results, and to see how the funding that they are already providing for the schools, for the teachers' salaries, actually reaches Roma. Because we have, I'm just giving one example of the schools, but this is true for everything. There are some easier solvable issues like access to registration, access to birth certificate and ID documents, and there are issues that are less solvable, like the housing, or more difficult to solve, like the informal housing, etc. So there is a huge spectrum of issues, but when we see that the governments are willing and there is a recognized need for this, we see the move towards that. And I think currently, because businesses are struggling to find workers, it is a smart decision of any government to try to equip the Roma with the skills needed for the current labor market of Ukraine through vocational training, to retraining, etc. And we've seen this type of initiative really stepping up in Europe, because the same is true. And hopefully with a very fast results. Because the model says that the return investment of Roma really comes quicker. I know currently in Ukraine it's difficult because of all the demands across the society, but because you have a rollout of a huge recovery funding, I think planning it smartly and really looking it through the lens, does it reach Roma? Does it reach Roma young people? Does it reach Roma mothers, etc.? It's really a smart investment for the future of Ukraine.
Thank you so much. Неда Короновська, Roma Foundation for Europe. З, як мені здається, дуже потужним меседжем про те, що ми маємо говорити про управоспроможнення ромської громади.
Thank you very much for your powerful message. Roma's communities are important for the entire country. And now let's talk about the local level. Mr. Vasil from Lviv Civil and Military Administration. Lviv region, Lviv Oblast hosts a big Roma community. Back then in 2022, you arranged for a mobile group working with Romas. Please share the...
I would like to welcome the participants, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to thank all the organizers of this forum. First of all, the civic organization Romni Voice of Romni. You are doing a great job. I'd like to thank the representatives of this organization. I was having to do with Roma matters when I became a civil servant in Lviv Oblast, was responsible for ethnic policy. I decided to analyze the situation in the oblast, and I found that there are some initiatives being implemented by civic organizations, charitable foundations, religious communities, or territorial communities. Yet there are no interconnections and coordination of efforts, which makes it impossible to maximize the implementation of a Roma strategy. In the year 2022, as soon as I got involved with this matter, in the beginning of the year, before full-scale invasion, the working group was created. The full-scale invasion has suspended this activity. Yet, by approving the action plan for 2024-25, I decided to totally change the approach towards strategy implementation, and we have involved to the working group the charitable foundations, region capacity in Ukraine, which is working and also has cases of passport provision with the help of Lviv office of UNHCR. And also this year we involved into that process representatives of the ombudsman in Lviv Oblast in the year 2024. We managed to implement a very important activity and to start the process, and the results will be available in a few years. We have formed the mobile groups, and we made the first visits in summer 2024 in each of the 9 settlements in the oblast. In addition to basic humanitarian support and food and hygiene, we also wanted to meet the people, get acquainted, and establish good communications. After that, after the first trips, which have been successful because in most of settlements we were received quite well, we have met the people and we exchanged contacts, and we observed the willingness to give documents to the lawyers which can help with legal support to provide people with passports, with ID documents. And this can open up quite many opportunities for representatives of Roma communities, basic capabilities like visiting the doctor, vaccination, support of the educational needs. After the first trip, we had more, even 4 trips by the end of last year. Also, information sessions have been provided. Psychologists have worked with children, had intellectual, cultural, art activities. The lawyers have worked with people about provision with ID documents. Migration Service Department representatives have been present. That activity and the monitoring we held in 2024 helped us to formulate the plan for 2025. In which cases shall we work this year? First of all, we shall continue the work with ID documents, which is one of the most priority problems, because it makes it possible to provide basic services who are living in temporary settlements and are cut off from the rest of society. Secondly, providing for basic needs like potable water. We have a few cases that failed. We had first meetings in 2025. I believe that by the end of second quarter, we can provide potable water. Second is bio-toilets. Currently, we work with territorial communities who will undertake the support, the provision of financial support of water supply. The third one is education, which is of the same importance. We began to get involved with educational matters as early as 2023 in one of their settlements next to Lviv. In cooperation with the religious community, we opened the field school, and the teacher was brought there, and she had classes with children. In 2024, that practice was moved to one of the Lviv-based lyceums. And today there is a class of children and adolescents of Roma community of one of the settlements of the city of Lviv. On average, up to 30 children come every Saturday. They are carried by the bus. The bus is provided by a territorial community. The children can study and they can wash. There are cultural activities. 2 weeks ago, I had the honor to be on the celebration of winter, which was fully presented by children of Roma community. They read poems, they sang songs, and they presented what they have developed while they have been to school. We have a strategic objective to roll out the experience of that lyceum and the result of cooperation of the community, the government, Roma community, and charitable fund to implement in every community which has such settlements. For this year, the plans are education, hygiene, and ID documents. Do you see into the future for 2030, or is it way too optimistic? Before speaking of implementation of any plans and the strategy, we need to understand that we cannot expect short-term results. In some settlements, we saw, regretfully, some small initiatives. Just few people were interested in such opportunities. With every next visit, the number of such people increased. As of today, however, we have about 24 of people out of thousands in some settlements. There are up to 200 people, and those who are interested are quite few. We cannot expect quick results. Yet our objective, and the objective of the work that we do, that the military administration becomes the interconnection and the platform that we coordinate the efforts, and we launch the processes that will work without our support. If the people will challenge in the jobless administration, sometimes will not initiate, and still it must keep working. The territorial communities will know which charitable foundations to cooperate. Charitable foundations will know that they may communicate with any executive branch agency. And there is no need for administrative influence from the top. That there are the initiatives and people get involved in real matters. We cannot close our eyes on the problems. That there are settlements which are not inside the municipality doesn't mean that such settlement does not exist. It does exist, and there are children. More than 50 children in some settlements. Those are like small villages.
План на цей рік. Я впевнений і попередньо.
We have plans for this year, and the last year helped us understand that the next step, every next step of implementation will open up with the end of the previous step. What could you advise in view of experience to other agencies of Oblast military administrations or locally? What could be advised? What is worthwhile doing? What is not worthwhile doing? Could you please also share the negative experience? What must be avoided? In some settlements, I hear of some regretful things. One of the representatives of Roma community came to me and she said, well, we have been visited by people, and yet they were nicely dressed in suits and made their pictures with us, and they left, and we have never seen them again. We must understand that this is for the people, and this is about the people, and this is with people. Please understand this problem. That's first. We went to help. We played with children. We spent hours in some settlements. Children wanted attention. That's important. That's first. Secondly, the executive branch agencies and localities, please communicate. Please look for the opportunities. The activities help to implement things. Nobody will come to you and say, well, I'll give you the money. Please implement something. You have to look for the opportunities. With every next opportunity that you will find, you will open up more. And this will generate the necessary results. Thank you very much indeed. Volodymyr, you wanted to make a comment? Most probably for the purpose of information. As we understand, it's about temporary settlements, right? We have also been involved with this matter when I was in the civic sector, and we developed the algorithm of actions on the platform of the working group within Roma strategy, the first one. And the algorithm about communications with the government and temporary settlements, that algorithm of actions was not approved. And yet we are planning it to develop as the office. And also, I propose that together with you, we can work on it. And because it was about statistics and describing the problems, and that algorithm that we need to create good conditions. There are all stakeholders who must be involved. If it is accepted at the level of at the national level, actually it would be important to have a look into temporary settlements, which is a big problem. Thank you for focusing on that. Thank you, Volodymyr. And, Madam Nada, in her speech, discussed one of the key risks in the implementation of Roma strategy, or its matches, when the strategy is separated from everything else. We have a rest of our life, and we have Roma strategy, which is quite separate. Volodymyr, you're working to make sure that it doesn't happen in Ukraine, and we shall have the huge task for recovery of the country. And if we speak about Roma strategy and generally in the empowerment of Roma community, how those two processes can be united. The Roma strategy and recovery of Ukraine. Why I'm asking this? Because your organizations are held an international conference, Recovery of Ukraine, and prospects of Roma civic community. You probably have the expertise in that field. I would like to welcome everyone. Thank you for the invitation to this conference. I have the comments to all the speakers, including the matter that you asked, the questions that you asked to Madam Nada about the experience. Regretfully, Ukraine, to a large extent, is not unique in that situation as we are now. I mean, the war situation. If you look at the Balkan countries who have a big concentration of Roma population, who have experienced also the armed hostilities in their territories, we have the opportunity, regretfully, there is an opportunity to learn some positive and negative experience, how to interact with Roma communities, what to do and what to avoid, which mistakes not to make, not to repeat. One of my recommendations to the government agencies which are involved in the strategy at the local level, at the government level, is to study the experience of Balkan countries who have experienced a similar situation. You mentioned our conference which took place on 31st of October in Kiev of 2024, where we presented the position document of Roma civic organizations, where we presented also the recommendations to government agencies and local agencies and Roma civic organizations, and also non-Roma civic organizations who are also interested with Roma ethnic minority, and also international institutions and international foundations. We did our best to cover a large sector of people who are working as organizations, working with Roma matters. Also, one of the recommendations was, as we are speaking on different sides continuously, the synergy of the plan of recovery, plan of Ukraine, plan of reconstruction with Roma strategy. While developing Roma strategy before the war, we emphasized that the local governments in Ukraine, we have quite many programs for which there is government financing and for which there is funding from local governments, some oblast funds. Why, when forming and creating the strategy, don't we have a synergy of this activity? And why don't we include the Romas and Roma issues into already existing plans of actions and existing programs? Regretfully, our recommendations have not been accepted. Today we have a different situation when Ukraine is facing the task of recovery of the country. In our understanding, recovery of the country is both recovery of physical infrastructure and also recovery of some buildings. So it is also important. This is full reconstruction of Ukrainian society. We cannot live in a way Ukrainian society lived before the full-scale war. We have to overcome all of the manifestations of anti-Gypsyism. One of the recommendations is also to approve the law on fighting against anti-Gypsyism, similar to what Ukraine has to fight against anti-Semitism. The problems of Roma community in Ukraine are comprehensive. We cannot say that if we solve a particular problem, we solve everything. It must be comprehensive. On 29th of October, before this conference, as you mentioned, we presented our study and access of Roma youth to the sphere of education, and which confirms our theory that Roma youth want to study. The parents understand the needs for education by Roma children. However, at the same time, solving that problem of access of Roma children to education is comprehensive because it's directly connected with the social and economic status of Roma communities. Accordingly, if you solve social and economic situation of Roma families, we shall have a greater chance for Roma children to receive education. In addition to that, we need to overcome on the local level, at the grassroots level, the manifestations of discrimination, anti-Gypsyism. Regretfully, we need to admit that in Ukraine it does exist. What is the level of such manifestations is another question. Because manifestations of discrimination are even in the most modern countries of European Union and the United States. However, the question of how people can defend their rights, how they can protect their rights, remains open in Ukraine. Therefore, your question is quite important, and it is timely. Accordingly, what steps do you see? What has to be done? That we actually reach and we convey the idea that Roma strategy and the strategy of recovery can be synchronized, not simply synchronized, can also reinforce each other. And after the outreach, if people are convinced, what to do next? How to outreach? Indeed, I like the idea, and this is also what we promote, which is a merger of Roma civic sector and the non-governmental sector and the government agencies, also beneficiaries interested in supporting and improvement of the situation of Roma population in Ukraine, and creating some coordination council. Why? Because there is a question, and also it's a question in the systemic approach of Roma civic movement Roma non-government organizations. Why? Because the Roma civic sector is facing the problem that every time we need to advocate, we need to prove why there are problems, why is it important to have them resolved. And when the government of Ukraine is changing, when local government often change, again and again, we need to prove to new people who take decisions why it is a problem, why is it really a problem, what are manifestations of anti-Gypsyism, how to solve them. There is a lack of sustainability in politics. Everything goes by rounds. As a representative of Roma civic society, I like the idea to create such a coordination council. The next matter, as colleagues have discussed, on my side, from my part, this is excessive expectations from Roma civic sector, about implementation of Roma strategy. We are the ordinary people. Yes, we have initiative, but we are ordinary people. Our resources are also limited, time-wise and financially, and also in different fields.
As mentioned by colleagues, in some oblasts we see the concentration of the Roma population, while Roma activists are not available there. So what? Does this mean that we should not implement Roma strategy there? Of course not. I have a message for the local authorities. Do not overestimate the capacities of the Roma civil society. When we take a floor at different platforms, we always emphasize that the government, including the state service on ethnic policy and freedom of conscience, are ready to meet the needs of the Roma society. In particular, the authorities are ready to draft the policies tackling upon the needs of the national minorities. However, the question is how to achieve practical implementation. The policies are designed here in Kyiv centrally, while they are implemented locally. They are implemented by the authorities and people who have their own opinion, their own attitude, and their own understanding or misunderstanding or misinterpretation of the Roma's issues. They may be biased, they may be prejudiced towards the Roma minority. All this has a negative impact on the strategy implementation. Another challenge is lack of funds. Local authorities are in charge of many aspects of this strategy implementation. However, we should not forget that the Romas do not participate directly in the policy making and policy implementation. Romas have no leverage to have an impact on local budgets and local plans. This is another negative factor affecting the local implementation of the strategy. That's why we have come up with a recommendation to synergize the recovery plan and Roma strategy. It is also important to have the synergy between the regional plans and programs. Thank you, Vladimir. Thank you very much. And now, perhaps it's time for a Q&A session. And while you are considering your questions, Mr. Igor may take a floor for his comments. Yeah, I've got a couple of remarks. I fully agree that Romas experience biased attitude. This goes beyond doubt. However, we cooperate in order to listen to each other. This is the two-way road. So the question is whether the government does everything possible to implement the strategy. Of course, there is always some room for improvement. There is always a potential to reinforce this work. Yeah, it's obvious. However, we always raise our claims towards the authorities, yet we can have a question to Romas themselves. This integration should be two-way in fact. Yeah, sorry. So we have to see a reciprocal movement. We had several speakers online, and I agree with them. Romas are one of the youngest minorities. In Ukraine, we experience a very tough demographic situation as a result of casualties, as a result of migration. There are lots of Ukrainian refugees abroad, so this situation is pretty complicated, and it's not going to improve in the future, in the years to come. So we have to realize that Romas are a huge potential for Ukrainian recovery, for Ukrainian future. Yet here we should pose the question of education. In order to work, people need education, people need training. And I also would like to mention the Democratic Institute in Warsaw. They have created a Roma unit a couple of years ago. They are very helpful. They arrange events in Europe. They raise awareness regarding Roma situation in Ukraine as well, and we cooperate with them. As far as I know, this year they have been planning to conduct a kind of study visit to Romania. Romania is a country with a high percentage of Roma population. There are even more Romas than in Ukraine. That's why perhaps they are going to study their situation. We'll see the findings of this study. It will be perhaps a pretty useful experience for us. Thank you, Igor. Please raise your hands in case you have any questions, and we will pass you the mic. Okay, over. Thank you for these inspiring statements. I have a question regarding implementation of the Roma strategy till 2030. The question is about engaging the experts from the communities. Is it efficient to engage intermediaries? How many of them are available? How many of them are available in particular in Zakarpattia? Okay, about mediation. This was a question about mediation. Thank you very much for this question. We are implementing a project aimed at issuing documents to Romas in Mukachevo. At the moment, we have civil society organizations, and these organizations ensure the follow-up for Romas. They help them with the access to the administrative services. These people who provide such services are called intermediaries. So the Institute of Mediation has to be developed. Furthermore, you have been asking about the tools. So this mediation institute is a positive and efficient tool. Throughout these years, it's proved to be efficient. It's produced good results. As far as I know, there used to be about 56 mediators all across Ukraine. It was before war. As of now, I believe there are just from 8 to 10 such service providers in the Zakarpattia region, no more. Thank you. More questions? Hello, my name is Vasily Gaiduk from Volyn Military and Civil Administration. I have rather a small comment. In terms of cooperation with the local authorities, with the oblast administration, I think it is important to make amendments to the law on the local self-governments of Ukraine. Thus, the local self-governments will be empowered. The lion's share of funding is allocated to the local authorities. That's number one. And secondly, I didn't know about other oblasts. However, in Volyn Oblast, unfortunately, we do not have a leader, we do not have a manager who would be in charge of the civil society organizations, in particular those led by the Roma community representatives. We have already sent the respective requests, but unfortunately at the moment the situation remains unchanged. Mr. Vasil Dorosh and some other representatives of our administration visited Hungary, which also hosts some Roma's minorities. I was really impressed by the fact that Hungary funds the Roma's minorities at the expense of grants. So the grants make about 70 or even 80%, European Union grants make about 80% of the entire budget allocated to the Roma's minorities. We try to explain to Romas that they have to create some civil society organizations. Our External Affairs Department was ready to help Romas develop their own civil society. We urged them to come up with some projects. On the 2nd of August, we commemorated Romas who died at the time of ethnocide 80 years ago. And unfortunately, this event was not much attended by Romas themselves. We were ready to provide transportation. We were ready to provide assistance. So unfortunately, there is not a single leader from the Roma community in our oblast who would be ready to lead this process. If you have any ties, please help us. Okay, thank you very much, Vladimir and Vasil. I have a response to your first question. I mentioned we are working on amendments. We have a draft law on amending the law on the local self-governments. So this draft law will envisage some additional obligations for the local governments, including the Roma strategy implementation. And we work 24/7, so to say, with the European partners. Very soon we're going to have a 2-hour meeting with the European Commission. We participate in the negotiations all the time because the topic of national minorities is a key topic in the negotiation program. We are doing our best for Ukraine to become the EU member as soon as possible. The European Commission helps us indeed, yet it is not just about money that Ukraine should receive to become a member. A colleague from Berlin has made valuable remarks. I would like to add on a couple of words regarding the territorial communities. People in territorial communities who are in charge of the implementation of our ideas are usually people representing the Department of Culture. So they start studying the reality and challenges. Thank you. Thank you very much, dear participants of this panel discussion. Let's summarize. So, empowerment of the Roma community is not a charity. It's building on the country's capacity, so all the stakeholders have to be interested. Yet this is a two-way road. Both the authorities and the communities should be interested. It is also important to assure proper skills and education. People are not born as leaders. So the question of education is the key. It is clear what way we should go, what road we should go, the strategy is available, and we have to implement it. On this positive note, I'm ready to announce a coffee break. It will last half an hour. Let's meet at 1 p.m.
готові розпочинати нашу другу панельну дискусію, присвячену ролі гуманітарного реагування у правоспроможненні ромських
To
громад.
empowerment of Roma community. During these 1.5 hours, we shall discuss the progress of inclusion of the needs of Roma into the plans of humanitarian response, and also we can discuss successful cases of cooperation of international organizations and civil society to satisfy humanitarian needs of Roma, as well as joint work of civic organizations and partners on adequacy of inclusion of the needs of Roma to humanitarian response plans. We shall have a wide representation. We already have wide representation on this panel discussion. I would like you to meet the speakers. Irina Postolovska, Deputy Minister for Social Policy of Ukraine for European integration. We can applaud some energy was gained during the break. Now it can be converted into applause. Sabine Fraser, UNESH, representative of UN Women in Ukraine. Karolina Rinkonbili, representative of High Commissioner for Refugees to Ukraine. Eleonora Kolchar, head of the charitable foundation Blago. Olga Kovalchuk, regional coordinator of civic organization Voice of Romni in Kryvyi Rih city. Elizaveta Bares, the deputy director of Mercy Corps to Ukraine. And Nicola Bay, director for response in Ukraine of Oxfam. Irina, shall we start from you? In recent years, we discussed the no barriers. Now it's not necessary to make any profound research to say that Roma community has more barriers compared to the country average in accessing social services. What the ministry is doing that such barriers will at least be reduced rather than if they cannot be liquidated completely. Thank you for this question. I'm happy to welcome the participants who participate physically and online. We have the viewers, as I understand. Actually, I would like to start with statistics because with support of UN Women in 2023, we made a study about the influence of the full-scale invasion on access to certain services, not just social services, also administrative services, the services in healthcare, educational services. In particular, in this study, we have also involved the representatives from Roma community, and they have answered the questions. What was demonstrated by the study actually about the accessibility or the usability of services in different fields. As we can see, 54% have received, of the respondents have received services in the field of healthcare, 44% have received humanitarian support. And here it is important to mention the percentage of those who have required such support, to their opinion, and never received it. Here we can see that this percentage is small. In particular, in the field of healthcare, those who needed and did not receive 2% of respondents. In the humanitarian support, those are 4% of respondents. In the field of the social protection, 16% have received such services. However, everybody who needed have confirmed they have received it. Yet we understand that possibly such numbers are not very true and not very accurate. As we understand our needs, this is also the indicator whether one knows what in particular is needed, what services exist in the community, and what services can be obtained to a particular extent. Therefore, the percentage who say that they have fully satisfied their needs maybe also shows this factor, that at the level of the community, few people are aware about the availability of such services, and few people realize the need for support that they are entitled to receive. Also, in the field of social protection, actually among the Roma community, 16%, as I said before, have received such services. However, it correlates with the national representative percentage of 15% of the total population who have also received such service. Yet, if we compare with the IDPs, here the indicator is much higher, which is 44%. We can see that possibly there is a big unsatisfied requirement, and also this need must be realized. Therefore, I call our international partners and also the civic organizations who are working on this topic that indeed they have to continue to provide, first of all, the information campaign and also information support about availability of such services at the level of the community, and also to have the survey, because we need to understand clearly what are the obstacles about availability and accessibility of services. As for the regulatory level, actually, during the wartime, any person can apply for services and receive social services with not having to produce documents. This is also a big question mark. It's always raised about availability of the registration of the place of residency or availability of the ID documents on the legislative level. There are no obstacles like that. In particular, social workers can also help to have people registered and to receive such ID documents if needed. As for social services, there is a wide list, and this is both about the Roma community and also about every community in Ukraine. We understand that nowadays there is insufficient awareness about social services, about their availability in communities, and in particular, we can also see that there are problems directly about provision of such services. Quantity-wise, they are not sufficient. Therefore, the Ministry of Social Policy is actively cooperating with humanitarian partners and international organizations in order to increase this market of providers of social services. And here we open up new social services where directly we procure the service from non-government organizations. And this is also the example which Roma civic organizations who directly take care of the matter of service provision also to get involved with such contracts in order to provide for such a service like resilience, formation of the resilience aimed at psychosocial support at the level of community, formation of the circles of communications for peer-to-peer support, the psychological support on the psychological level, also forming the parenthood competencies, also forming the social cohesion at the level of communities. And here it is important for us to help that all members of communities, all members of the community are equally represented and have equal access to it. As I said before, about the education of social workers, this is a key topic, and in general, I believe that this is in both social sector and every sector of no barrier access to services and communications with different representatives of communities. We need to do more in this direction, and we also now involve the international partners in order to form certain educational programs that directly will include various needs of different groups of the population. You mentioned the cooperation with humanitarian organizations, especially during the big war, and we all understand quite well that none of the countries of the world with such a challenge would cope on its own, and here the support is needed. And this is in addition to the opportunity just to survive and keep working, also the ability to exchange the experience. Will the ministry upheld the practices of humanitarian organizations you cooperate with? Did we learn something from them as you work with the Roma community in particular? Yes, indeed. We are really cooperating. We go hand by hand, as we say, with them, with humanitarian organizations, because it's necessary for us to have those practices that many humanitarian agencies have developed. Recently, I returned back from Brussels yesterday, where we had the high-level meeting about humanitarian support to Ukraine. And here we also discussed and we commemorated the great role of humanitarian organizations that have played, especially in the beginning of the full-scale war. Actually, even since 2014, by providing the key services of immediate response, emergency response, psychology support services. Quite many algorithms, I know Carolina will discuss in more detail, probably and will share the experience about the hubs that were established with the support of UNHCR. We would like to use that experience. Today, we are developing the mechanism of contracting out and involvement of the NGOs to provide social services. Indeed, the role of the government is to prescribe the clear standards and algorithms of service provision that we can later keep track and also provide high-quality services, and quality is important. Therefore, surely we shall continue. And of course, the state budget is not sufficient. And therefore, we work hand by hand with our international counterparts, also in the field of special attention towards the most vulnerable groups of the population. Thank you, Irina. Madam Sabine, UN Women, the other humanitarian and development programs supported by UN Women are focused on strengthening empowerment of Roma women. You involve them to high-level advocacy activities. UN Commission, UN Women promote consultations between Roma women and UN. In the view of such efforts, do you see any results?
In English, unfortunately that will require translation. I hope that everybody has the translation apparat. So thank you very much, Jana, for that question. And thank you very much for inviting me here today. It's really a great pleasure to be here and to be welcomed by Voice of Romney and by the other Roma organizations that are here in the room. I really want to say first that this is very exciting to be in such an elegant room, to be right next to some other very important meetings that are happening today here in this hotel, and to know that it's Roma organizations that are organizing this, that have organized this, and that are now asking us, the international community, to explain what we're doing with the Roma community. So I just want to say huge congratulations for this meeting. It's extremely impressive. And so what I'd like to do is just say a few words about what we are seeing are some of the problems that Roma women are facing today in Ukraine. Of course, the large-scale aggression by the Russian Federation since February 2022 has deepened the challenges that the Roma community was already facing before that aggression. And what we're seeing is that many of the root causes of the problems that existed have actually gotten deeper, and that much of the discrimination and stigmatization that existed already before has gotten worse. So we know that Roma community and particularly Roma women were vulnerable before the war. But what we're seeing already in some of our visits and some of our studies is that the difficulties are getting bigger. So, for example, and I assume that my colleague from UNHCR, Carolina, will speak about this more, the lack of personal identity documents amongst the Roma negatively affects Roma's abilities to access services and rights. We're also seeing that the digital illiteracy, the lack of digital literacy amongst Roma women is a big impediment to access also rights and services. And so this also compounds the fact that women from the Roma community sometimes feel left out from the rest of the community that is surrounding them. This also then contributes to the fact that Roma women sometimes lack mobility, are not able to get out of their communities to access the services and rights that they deserve. We're also seeing across the country, of course, that the cases of gender-based violence are increasing in general in Ukraine, but what we're also assuming is that the number of gender-based violence cases are also increasing amongst the Roma community. One big problem with gender-based violence, as we all know, is the lack of reporting. So it's also that within the community, people, women in particular, girls, do not feel the confidence to go out and to report the violence that is occurring to them. So this problem continues. And because of that, it's very difficult to really assess how much gender-based violence is happening because there is such a lack of reporting and lack of trust in the law enforcement services, but also in other forms of services. The issue of access to education, of course, continues to be a problem, and here particularly lack of access to sex education and sexual reproductive health and rights education. And finally, one issue, of course, is the inclusion of Roma women in decision-making. Unfortunately, not enough women are participating in political decision-making in their communities and in their regions. Having said that, my experience here in Ukraine over the past 2 years is that Roma women are incredibly strong and organized and are participating in decision-making in their communities and are participating in decision-making beyond their communities in events like this. And so here I just want to say a couple words also about some of the events that have been happening over the past couple of years in terms of giving a voice to Roma women. What we were able to do as the UN, together with the Resident Coordinator Office and UNHCR, is organize a roundtable back in July 2023, where many of you here were also present at that roundtable. And I think what was very important about that roundtable is that Roma women leaders themselves identified what the needs are and what the problems are. So there were 5 main issues that came up at that time. One of them was access to and participation in decision-making on humanitarian assistance. And here, back in 2023, the feeling, I think, by Roma women's organizations is that they were not participating in decision-making on humanitarian assistance. And I think one thing that we see is that that has actually begun to change, and that some of the Roma women's organizations are very present in the decision-making on humanitarian assistance, particularly through the Gender and Humanitarian Action Working Group, the JIHA, which I'll talk about a little bit later. Another issue was access to social protection, healthcare, and medical services, which Deputy Minister Irina already spoke about the issue of services, and that also we are starting to see some progress in that. And I think it's also very much because of the advocacy of Roma women organizations themselves. The issue of access to education and to the labor market and to livelihoods, this was a key issue identified then, and I think the whole issue of labor markets and livelihoods remains a key concern for women across the country, but particularly for Roma women. The issue of protection and particularly response to gender-based violence was identified as a problem then and remains. And finally, inclusion and participation in recovery and reconstruction agenda. And this I remember very, very well. Back in 2023, already the Roma women's rights organizations were calling for a place at the table to be able to participate in planning on recovery and reconstruction. And here I would like to say that several of the Roma women's organizations have now signed on to something called the Alliance for Gender Responsive and Inclusive Recovery. The Alliance is an initiative by the government of Ukraine and the government of Germany, supported by UN Women, to ensure that there is more financing for gender equality in recovery, more participation by women in the recovery decision-making, and more projects and programs in support of women in the recovery. And here, Roma women's organizations are part of that alliance and will continue to be part of that alliance in the coming months as years as the recovery continues to move forward. So just to say here, it's really quite impressive to see how Roma women's organizations have been dealing with these challenges, have really been advocating and have been now placing themselves at the center of some of the international advocacy as well as the advocacy here in Ukraine.
Дякую, пані Сабін. А на яку підтримку в майбутньому можуть розраховувати
What support can be awaited by Roma-led organization from UN Women?
Okay, that was too quick for me.
Future support.
Yes. So we are, at UN Women, we are very pleased to be working with Roma women's organizations. And as I've said, we've had the opportunity and chance to be able to work very closely with you before on facilitating dialogues between Roma women's organizations and the UN. We've done it in very close cooperation with UNHCR. And so these kind of dialogues we very much hope to continue because we very much feel that you, of course, know the needs of your community the best, and thus you are in the best position to also recommend to the UN, but also other international donors and other international organizations how we can best support you. One thing that UN Women is also doing very closely with Roma women's organizations and hopes to continue to do is to facilitate the work of the JIHA, which I mentioned before, the Gender and Humanitarian Action Working Group. We are extraordinarily proud of the JIHA, which brings together around 300 different organizations, Ukrainian organizations and international organizations. It is co-chaired by CARE and NGO Girls, but there are several Roma women's organizations that are part of the JIHA. And the JIHA is really a way to work with the rest of the humanitarian system to also ensure that the humanitarian clusters that work on key issues of importance to the Roma, things like housing, things like WASH and education, the JIHA is a way to ensure that the needs of Roma women and girls and other women and girls are taken up by the clusters. And this is one thing that we have seen the JIHA working group successful in doing. And so I think that this is, an institutional way that Roma women have been able to participate. The other thing that I want to mention is the Women, Peace and Humanitarian Fund. Several Roma women organizations have been able to receive funding through the Women, Peace and Humanitarian Fund. I'm very proud of the Women, Peace and Humanitarian Fund. I call it the biggest feminist fund in Ukraine because it has distributed $20 million to 54 organizations over the past 2 years. So this is important because it is a fund which is specifically providing money to women's rights organizations around the country. And as I said, several of the Roma women's organizations have these funds, and this allows those organizations to do a range of activities, including provide shelter for internally displaced persons, to provide education opportunities in terms of trainings and skills development for Roma girls and Roma women, and generally to ensure that Roma women and girls have the capacities and the abilities to defend their rights and ask for services. So this Women, Peace and Humanitarian Fund is an opportunity for Roma women organizations. I should say that there is actually a call for proposals open right now. So if you are interested in this kind of financing, please do feel free to apply. But this is one way that we think is extremely important to ensure that Roma women's organizations have leadership, agency, and voice. And finally, the last thing that I wanted to mention is that we are doing together a study which will look specifically at the gender stereotypes and the discrimination that Roma and Roma women in particular continue to face. So we are currently doing this study together with our partner and look forward to having the results of that study in a few months. So thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Sabine. Не знімайте навушники, далі ми продовжимо говорити англійською.
Please do not take off your headsets because the next speaker will be Ms. Karolina from UNHCR. Your organization has been supporting several national partners in Zakarpattia Oblast for many years. They receive sub-grants to employ them for the benefit of the Roma organizations. Also, what are the results of the current cooperation, in your opinion?
Thank you very much for the question, and really huge thanks for the opportunity to participate in this important forum. And as Sabine said, it's extremely, inspiring and motivating to be part of your community and your action here today. And I think it's really a testament to, some of the key points that were made in the opening around the inclusive participation of the Roma community, not only what we're talking about here now, the humanitarian response, but very much in the recovery and the reforms and the future, development of Ukraine as an inclusive, rights-based country where everyone has the possibility to thrive and to contribute. So, as the UN resident and humanitarian coordinator, Matthias Schmale, said in his video address, the UN has a strong commitment to ensure no one is left behind in the recovery and development of Ukraine, and that very much we have a focus on the Roma community. And as UNHCR, we've been working for 30 years in Ukraine, and our first task in 1994 was to support the repatriation of Crimean Tatars who had been deported during the Stalin regime in World War II, and their return and reintegration and access to personal documentation and the citizenship of Ukraine. And it's from the perspective of ensuring equal access to rights and preventing and reducing statelessness that, as UNHCR, we approach the work, in support of the Roma community. So we've been working for years with a number of organizations to both contribute to strengthening, the inclusion and community engagement of Roma women, children, and men. And one of the things we have done is to support the establishment of 3 Roma hubs that Deputy Minister of Social Policy Irina Postolowska mentioned in Uzhgorod, Mukachevo, and Berehove. And at these hubs, these are platforms where different services are provided, like free legal aid on access to documentation, for example, language training, psychosocial support, but also capacity building and trainings on how to strengthen the capacity of Roma people and community to participate actively and, for example, apply for funding for programs that they are organizing for the community. And I visited these hubs several times myself, and tomorrow I'll be going to Uzhgorod and Mukachevo together with the Ombudsman, Mr. Lubinets. And I've always been inspired when being there to see the buzzing of activity and the interest and engagement. As also Sabine mentioned, last year there was an important roundtable organized that also helped to really support the capacity development of Roma community-based organizations to contribute actively in shaping humanitarian priorities and also policies around recovery. And I think this is something that we would like to continue working with. And again, as highlighted in the opening earlier today, it's really key that this is done in an inclusive way and that all members of the community feel that there are platforms and entry points for them to participate.
Дякую, пані Кароліно. І на цій панельній дискусії, і на попередній неодноразово
Thank you, dear Carolina. During the previous panel discussion, and now we are talking about passports, about identity documents, because unless you have these documents, it is really difficult to participate in any processes. Do you see any changes in terms of this problem for the Roma community? Has the problem of passports been solved?
This is indeed one of the key challenges that, a starting point for one's participation in the community is to have an identity document. So you first need to have a birth certificate and then be able to have an identity document, a passport that proves who you are and your right to access administrative services, judicial services, social services, education, the job market, and so on. And this is often a challenge for the Roma community, that they lack the documentation. So a key program there is to provide free legal advice and representation before the relevant administrative and judicial bodies to support people to obtain that birth certificate and ID document and passport to be able to access the services. And we do see progress there. There is regularly people who have been living some almost a whole life without a document and almost being invisible in the society, who then get that ID document and the passport to prove who they are. And it's extremely emotional to see, they, of course, in some ways, they've been their person, their flesh and blood the whole life, but having that paper and that document that testifies that you are who you have always been is, it's like a key and a ticket to society. So it's very important to continue this work, I think, together collectively. And I think that there is progress, but it's an area that still very much needs to be scaled up. In October last year, UNHCR and the Office of the Ombudsman organized together a forum on statelessness, and we heard there extremely compelling stories from people who had lived a life as stateless or at risk of stateless, including members from the Roma community. And it just proved, again, how important this work is. But collectively, and raising awareness around what can be done to register births, get your documents, and then provide that legal support, and to also address systemic barriers in the procedures, I think we have great opportunities to support many more people to get that key to full participation in the society. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Carolina. Пані Леоноро, ми поговорили з представницями організацій, які надають...
We've talked to organizations that provide assistance. You implement this assistance at the grassroots level. Your foundation, Blago, has been dealing with humanitarian assistance to Roma communities for many years in Zakarpattia. As the war started, you provided first shelters for people who migrated from the east, and you also worked with children. How do you assess the cooperation with the donor organizations?
За запитання, в першу чергу, хочу...
Thank you for this question. First of all, good afternoon to everyone. I would like to extend my sincere gratitude for invitation. Many thanks to the Voice of Romani for this opportunity. It's great because we can talk together and raise important questions. Cooperation with the donor agencies and humanitarian organizations has much improved, especially since the start of war, because many organizations rechannel their assistance to humanitarian needs. Many thanks to donor organizations who have started supporting vulnerable organizations, first and foremost Roma organizations, because these organizations are able to implement robust projects aimed at assisting the Roma population. We implement also a huge project funded by the UN Women in Ukraine. And today, we managed to provide assistance to over 1,300 of people. These are unique beneficiaries of ours. Altogether, we've reached out to 6,000 people throughout this project. The project is not over yet, so the values will increase. At the same time, the Roma community is not sufficiently included in international programs because there is lack of understanding of the Roma's context. There is also lack of dialogue between the donor organizations and the international donor organizations. We highly appreciate the assistance provided by the donor organizations, international donor organizations, especially those who communicate with our leaders, who have direct contacts, who visit the collective centers and see the problems existing at the local level. Many thanks for being able to monitor the situation locally. It's something new for us. We are trying to close the gaps by means of high-quality communication and reporting. We also try to demonstrate success stories. You have mentioned the preschool education. We've been working in this area for 10 years. Then we are also active in the area of humanitarian assistance. In 2022, we started working with the IDPs. Since 2022, we have hosted over 2,500 people. We provided them with free of charge accommodation and meals 3 times a day. We'll also provide mental health assistance. We have art therapy offers and so on. Some people were also assisted in receiving their birth certificates or passports. These are our contributions. We are trying to show that our organization, Blago, can be a reliable partner. We are ready to help address comprehensive problems in educational and humanitarian area. At the same time, currently we are facing a significant challenge because the majority of donors focus on the eastern part of Ukraine. Yes, indeed, it's necessary. However, Zakarpattia Oblast still hosts many IDPs, and many more arrive. That's why our biggest problem is lack of funding.
Проживає в даний час більш ніж 70.
There is a risk of closure of our shelter, which is now hosting more than 70 IDPs. The reason is that the donors stopped supporting, and there is no funding to pay for the rent. At the same time, we are building the comprehensive social center, which also requires investment to complete this comprehensive social and educational and sporting center, which will inspire and will provide both to Roma community and everybody who requires a comprehensive approach and also solving quite many problems. And also there, the IDPs will reside. We hope for wider support from donors and better understanding from international partners of the opportunity of preservation and development of humanitarian infrastructure for Roma community who require support. It is also necessary to make efforts in order to improve the living conditions in the settlements, concentrated settlements of Roma, expanding access to education, providing for the comprehensive approach towards their existence and development. Thank you. Even in spite of the lack of financing, I believe that you still plan to operate. What are the strategic plans for the year from Blago Charitable Foundation? First of all, as I said before, the first thing is that we have the big need for, and we need to complete the construction of the social educational sporting and development center that will include a number of directions for support, and also will be a residency for the IDPs. Therefore, it holds the first place. And of course, expansion of educational programs for Roma children, in particular creating new centers for the preschool education in different communities of Transcarpathia, and also generally in the country. Strengthening partnerships with international donors, the priority is both the financing as well as active participation of Roma community in the planning and implementation of Roma strategy and projects, support of women and children. Special attention will be focused on the programs aimed at ensuring equal access to healthcare, education, and social services for Roma families, working in the direction of countering gender-based domestic violence, raising awareness. We would like to demonstrate success stories that we can ruin the stereotypes and anti-Gypsyism, and also to reinforce and upscale the network for early development of Roma children. For our foundation, it is important that Roma community becomes both the recipient as well as active participant of the development and recovery of Ukraine.
Дякую вам дуже за це. Оплески пані Лаврі.
Thank you very much indeed about the active participation in our joint life. The organization The Voice of Romni helped 100,000 people over the time of big war, provided them with humanitarian support. You operate in Kryvyi Rih city, the city with a large Roma community. And you also interact every day with people by providing services to them and also advice and also humanitarian support. What prospects do you see? How will it change, having in mind that the third year of the big war is about to complete? And what are the effective strategies of support, and which of them are inefficient? Thank you for this question. In the activity of our organization, we are using a comprehensive approach towards providing support as we unite humanitarian response as well as development programs. A bright example of such interaction of programs is our beneficiary who arrived in the beginning of full-scale invasion to Kryvyi Rih from Chasiv Yar in Donetsk Oblast, and she addressed us for humanitarian support. Later on, she was registered for the cash support from our organization, and also thanks to the Mercy Corps, who are the counterparties. Also, she addressed the organization for their children to study in our educational space. And she got enrolled into requalification courses because she lost her job and she had to receive new skills. she began to study and she received the qualification, she began to work, and then she received a business grant from us. Over time, she began to generate income, and she did not require our support any longer. It's a bright example of high quality support when someone is working with a comprehensive approach.
Тобто перспектива
The prospects and the future of the programs of humanitarian response is not simply to help today, which is also important. Yet, in addition to fish, also the fishing rod to get the fish. How do you plan to implement this? We are now working on it all the time. We are implementing such programs, and in the future we shall implement and support the same programs. We are already working on it. How high is the demand for this form of support? It is of very high quality, and therefore women are using such opportunity. Therefore, there will be a great demand for it. Voice of Romani is the first Roma organization which raised the topic of gender-based violence in the context of research. This topic is hard for the society, and it's a taboo for the Roma community as domestic violence as a component of GBV. Why did you start this topic? How successful you are while working on it, taking into account the stereotypes and silence around it? We wanted to break that silence in terms of this topic because it's really important, because we made a study of gender practices in Roma community, and we made the opinion from that research, and we could implement, based on that study, certain projects. We are developing, we had in Kryvyi Rih, we had very interesting experience of implementation of the information sessions where women learned what GBV is about, what are the forms, what are the consequences, what it is about, how to fight against it, and whom to address. It's also interesting that during such sessions, the women came together with men, with husbands, although it was a female group, and we have a word of it. And the man wanted to control what the discussion is about during such meetings. And also there was interesting experience and also observation during such information sessions, a series of information sessions. Those women who came together with their mother-in-law or relatives from the husband's side did not participate in the discussion during our training. They didn't make any comments, they didn't ask any questions. And this confirmed the findings from our study that this is an extension of hierarchical relations. It's quite difficult to work around this topic, even if you organize a training. Anyway, this gender-based violence penetrates there. When you cannot say a word, and the husband comes to check if nothing bad is taught, or maybe by chance they will tell you that you're also human. This is true. We have the alliance approach about this topic. We are including the component of GBV into every direction of our work. If this is humanitarian response, we can put the leaflets with contacts where the woman must apply if something happens of this kind to her. If we work on economic capability, we also organize necessarily the trainings for gender-based violence because our study of gender practices of Roma communities have demonstrated more than once that even if a woman makes money the same as a husband or more, anyway, she is in the risk group because she gives money away that she makes to her husband to keep. Anyway, gender-based violence is a society problem, yet the Roma community has a higher risk. And solving this problem is a strategic task. There is no magic pill that we can give today and tomorrow everybody is in the new world. Moreover, this problem requires a lot of time and efforts. Do you see at least a small progress at the level of your community? Of course, I can see the results. The women have been quite active, quite many questions from their experience. They were quite open. The way they responded and the questions and the examples which came from them have demonstrated how well do they understand this topic which is difficult for them. And this is the beginning of a very good work. Thank you, Olga, for starting this work together with the Voice of Romney, while understanding that there is a lot of work ahead of us, and it's good that quite many partners are supporting. Mercy Corps works together with Voice of Romney. More than 24,000 people in 4 regions, thanks to your support of the civic organization, that they could support and cooperate with them, in particular advocacy, travel, local support. What are the plans for this year? Thank you for this question. I would like to welcome everyone who participates in this important event. I will start by saying that partnership for us in the activity of Mercy Corps Ukraine is an important part, and it's a throughput part of the modality of activity. We do nothing directly. All of our programs, including humanitarian and economic resilience, are made jointly with Ukrainian counterparts. This is an important part of our strategy of localization, where we know that the local organizations know the needs best of those communities they represent. They know best how to work there, and they know best how to work more efficiently, most efficiently. Therefore, the partnership and the equal partnership is an important component of our activity. With Voice of Romney, we began to work with the first days, from the first days of the full-scale war, starting from April of 2022. You quoted the number 24,000. As the colleagues have prepared statistics, what was done. And the main thing is that behind every number, there are particular people, specific people, who have received multi-purpose cash support, hygiene kits, also advice of how to recover documents and to receive support from the government. Within our partnership, we had information sessions on gender-based violence as a research, as a survey of this kind. A big set of matters which are important, in particular to the people where they are in such a crisis. Currently, we don't have official partnership recorded on paper, and yet we review the organization of a Voice of Romney as a strategic partner. What does it mean? It means that in addition to such projects, as we discussed before, we also support the things that Eleonora discussed before. We are supporting the possibilities of direct dialogue with donors, with decision makers who take decisions about financing. Indeed, there are problems, and regretfully, the international organizations also work for donor money. And regretfully, as we cannot provide all the necessary support in all oblasts, every oblast of the country, it also comes from fulfillment of certain requirements of the donors. For example, today, one of the reasons why don't we have official partnership, because all the humanitarian support is concentrated only in the east and a small part in the south of the country. It doesn't mean we don't support the Roma community, because we are applying the principles of humanitarian response. It means that the project participants and support is provided to everyone who comply with vulnerability criteria and everybody who requires such support. Today we hear it more than once that representatives of Roma community are surely part of that group. Therefore, they receive support via other partners. Also, as Irina said before, that you address international organizations, and we also address the Ministry of Social Policy. Today, we are piloting the project in Dnipropetrovsk Oblast, where the Oblast department of the Ministry of Social Policy is forming the list of people whom our partner organizations can provide multi-purpose cash support. And we really hope that this strategy, which was discussed on the previous panel, which must inform the activity, in particular government institutions, also might be involved here when we form the list of people who require support via the Ministry of Social Policy or the Oblast councils or other agencies. Therefore, there are quite many modalities of how we get convinced, we make sure that all representatives of vulnerable groups with no discrimination, also on the basis, including that by affiliation with particular national minority, ethnic minority, would receive necessary support. In order for our today's 15 partners or Ukrainian organizations to understand the specificities of the needs of the Roma communities, we have invited Voice of Romney to the sessions that we held within the Inclusion Week. We held sessions for Ukrainian organizations about different aspects of inclusivity, including that of how to operate and how to involve the Roma communities. I spoke a lot about the past and now about the future. The most difficult question, especially knowing what happens these days in the field of donor and financial support. From the perspective of Mercy Corps, what I can promise for sure, first of all, we shall continue advocacy with donors, so there are needs both in the East and South. The needs are everywhere. As it was discussed by Eleanor and Olga, not only by ourselves, but we also give the opportunity to the organizations to speak directly, that we don't speak of everyone. As we said today, nothing without us, about us. It's an important part, and we do it regularly. Secondly, we know that nowadays, finally, the donors begin to realize that they need to expand, they need to move further rather than just humanitarian support. We have economic resilience projects, and there we would like to see the representatives of Roma community to file for the competition for grants. For that, we need to cooperate, that we can disseminate information among such people, and we shall discuss it further and make sure that this happens. Even there, we still have geographical constraints. Yet, we can see the progress in the right direction, and many donors begin to understand they cannot just support to find just humanitarian projects and only in particular oblasts, because people have moved and also require support. And in those new projects where we participate in the competitions, surely we shall involve the organizations such as Voice of Romney and other similar ones who have access, that we have more inclusive approach, that all groups, vulnerable groups, can participate on the equal basis. And what I can promise for sure from our organization, in 2 or 3 months, we are launching the fund for inclusive and innovative projects.
We are going to manage this foundation ourselves, therefore it's for us to determine the concept and criteria. We will be deciding what projects we are going to fund. Possibly we are going to start with small projects amounting to 50,000 USD each. We would like to support such projects that can be scaled up later on. We have to implement these projects to be able to show our donors that it's a good starting point and a good investment for the future. As soon as we launch this foundation, we will be reporting on its activities. For you, Voice of Romney, perhaps these projects won't be too lucrative because you fly high, but still you may inform your partners about this opportunity. Thank you, Miss Elizabeth. During the previous discussion, we've been talking about cooperation between the civil society organizations and the state, and the previous speakers mentioned that the Roma community should be proactive itself. In your opinion, is there a willingness to cooperate? Well, I think, of course, it's a two-way road. But I still believe that the international organizations have to invest more efforts, frankly speaking. It is important in order to reach out to the organizations and the communities. I'm talking not just about the civil society organizations. Fortunately, we are currently experiencing a so-called localization. It's a very popular topic for the international donors. The donors ask the organizations to show the practical implementation of the principles they share. But I think that we have to look for the organizations and activists. We should be on a search on a regular basis. We should not wait for all small organizations to answer our call and submit their applications. So we've got good initiatives, and we have to inform the potential participants about these initiatives that might be of some interest to them. I'm a champion of partnership relations, actually. There are many organizations active in our country. Some of them are experienced, some of them are newcomers. It is important to work with both categories. We have to take targeted actions to cooperate. Thank you, Elizabeth. Now it's your turn, Mykola, finally. And dear participants, you can put on your headsets because the speaker will be talking English. Since the beginning of your operations, Oxfam has been one of the leading humanitarian partners. You provide all types of humanitarian assistance. You helped with the minor renovation of households affected by shelling. You supported the healthcare programs, entrepreneurial programs, advocacy efforts, and so on. Now you are leaving Ukraine. Oxfam is leaving Ukraine. However, you've been a role model for partnerships. You demonstrated clear institutional cooperation and capacity building. In your opinion, how the international humanitarian organizations can encourage and support local leadership in terms of humanitarian response and recovery efforts?
Thank you very much for the question. First and foremost, I'd like to say it's a real pleasure and an honor to be here. This is an amazing event. Having had the opportunity to support the organization by Voice of Romney is really a pleasure for us. In terms of your question, I think, yes, as Oxfam, in line with our global commitments from the start, this for us has been a response that has been about partnership. So we have worked with over 40 partners, not just in Ukraine, but also in the neighboring countries, obviously in response to the initial refugee crisis following the full-scale invasion. And for us, the focus has always been on building those equitable, meaningful partnerships with in this case, Ukrainian organizations, because obviously they're the ones, they know their communities. They were the first to respond. We all know that before we were ever here, they were already on the ground responding. They have the dedication. They work in the frontline areas. They know the needs. So for us, that's where our focus has always been. The majority of our funding, more than half of it, has been channeled through Ukrainian partners in line with our global commitments. But I think when we talk about localization, and particularly when we talk about in humanitarian context, building local humanitarian leadership, I think we need to take one step further. We need to take a more systemic approach to it, if you like. Our decision, as you say, we're not leaving now, but we will be leaving next year, Ukraine, is to take a step back in the sense of us taking second row to the leading role that Ukrainian organizations play. And in that respect, our strategy in view of that phase out has really shifted to not just support our partners in terms of their capacity to deliver humanitarian assistance, but also to start taking an intentional approach to supporting them to develop their own capacity, their own direct access to funding, because we all know ultimately that is the driving factor when we're talking about a locally led response, and to really focus on enabling that meaningful participation, that agency in coordination spaces, in decision-making spaces. So in line with that strategy, we're also looking at different funding mechanisms for partners. So in parallel with the funding that goes to partners for program delivery, we are, as of this year, starting with 2 new initiatives. And one is what we're calling the Institutional Strengthening Fund, which is a program for grants to partners that we're already working with that are not geared to program activities, but are geared to their own organizational development. So what we're trying to do here is take a tailor-made approach in the sense that every partner is different, every partner has different organizational needs, and the purpose of the fund is really to work with each and every partner and see where they want to invest, based on their own aspirations, based on their ambitions, where can they strengthen their own? Is it the systems? It's a very flexible approach. So it can be about systems, it can be about developing policies, it can be about staff training, it can be about, it depends on what the needs of the partners are. But the intent here is to support that sort of underlying organizational capacity that then allows them to better deliver programs and then to lead that response to be in the forefront of a humanitarian response. And the second initiative is what we're calling the Women's Humanitarian Leadership Fund, which is an initiative we're going to be piloting as of next month, actually, starting with March. We've just had the first round of proposals. And it's a program that will provide small grants specifically to women's-led and women's rights organizations. And again, the intent here is to provide flexible funding. I mean, we all know some of the challenges that women's-led and women's rights organizations face. The over-reliance on volunteer work, often the lack of funding to support core costs for the organization. So this is an opportunity, again, to support organizations, and we all know this is a recognition of the role that women and women's organizations have played in this response. And hopefully supporting them to be more sustainable, to be more stable, to be more structured, to be able to continue their role in the humanitarian response. So this is not just about supporting organizations for the humanitarian service delivery. It is also about being able to support their engagement with the government, with national policy. I mean, I think this event is a key example of where that, the different parts of the equation come together into a process of dialogue. It is about supporting their voice and their agency, their capacity to do advocacy, supporting trips in, supporting very effective advocates like Angelica to be in forums and conferences outside of Ukraine. So it is about building the overall capacity of the organization, if we like. Now, I have to be honest, we've been quite fortunate as Oxfam in the sense that most of the funding that we have had has been quite flexible. And we have had the opportunity to focus on channeling that funding towards building the organizational capacity and sustainability of our partners. But I think we also have to be honest that as a humanitarian system, we haven't fully lived up to our own aspirations and to our own commitments when it comes to local humanitarian leadership and localizing the agenda. I think not just in meeting our own objectives of providing a minimum of 25%, for example, overall to national and local partners, but I think often if we look at the funding opportunities that are out there, I think we've made great progress over the years, over the last 2 years, but there are still high barriers for national and local organizations to access many of the funding streams. There is still a lack of longer-term, more flexible, more sustainable funding for organizations that moves beyond that sort of project-oriented, shorter-term perspective. So I think there is space for collective improvement, and we all need to recognize that we can improve, we can do better, we all have the commitments, and we can work on it. When it comes to recovery and reconstruction, in my view, it's about being prepared. It is about starting to think about it now. As we move, hopefully, from critical humanitarian needs to recovery and reconstruction, the needs are going to change, the priorities are going to change, but the funding environment is inevitably going to change. We are already seeing that the humanitarian funding is going down, and it will continue to do so. We will all continue to advocate for that not to happen, but that is probably what is going to happen. And I think this is where organizations can start thinking about strategic planning, about what is it you do best, where does it make the most sense to invest to maintain that core capacity you have, that added value. Start to look at some of the sectors that will become more predominant as we go along, obviously economic recovery, livelihoods. And I think in some cases, taking a look at the structure and thinking about, is this the structure we need? Is it fit for purpose going forward? Now, obviously, our partners, Ukrainian organizations, know this as well as we do. It's not like we're saying anything new. I think where we can help and where we should support is in translating some of the experiences we've had in other contexts. This is something that happens, it's not only going to happen here, it happens in all contexts when we have that transition. Some of these lessons we've learned the hard way, and I think it is, we have an opportunity to work with our partners here and to try and share some of that experience that we've had in the past in other contexts and support them to translate that experience here and be prepared for what's coming next. Because obviously, yes, it's going to be about physical recovery, it's going to be about infrastructure recovery, but it's also going to be about social recovery. It's going to be about reintegration into the workforce, it's going to be about social protection mechanisms, and I think Ukrainian civil society has a key role to play. And really, I think a lot of speakers have said it, I think the key here is that meaningful participation in the decision-making spaces. So not just the consultation, but also civil society, and particularly the voices of more marginalized communities, communities that face greater barriers in terms of access to services, and obviously the Roma community, we've been talking about it all day. How do you ensure that meaningful participation and that active voice of representatives of communities, groups in those decision-making spaces?
Thank you so much. Дякую, пане Ніколо. У нас ще є вдосталь часу на те.
Thank you, dear Nicolo. Now we have sufficient time for a Q&A session. Dear participants, if you've got any questions, please raise your hands, and we will pass you the mic. Okay, we see so many hands raised. Good afternoon. I have a question for Ms. Irina. It's not a question, it's rather an urge. I work for a state service on ethnic policy. I'm a secretary of an interagency working group on strategy coordination. We collect information and data. in particular data from the Ministry of Social Policy. And from them, we received a message. So the following message: it is prohibited to collect personal data, and we do not hear the speaker any longer.
Щось сталося, пропало все. Так, о. Нам треба відновити звук для того, щоб онлайн-трансляція нас теж чула, тому я думаю, що ми почекаємо, так? Ми та чуємо тут з вами, що йдеться, а люди онлайн не чують. Так, у мене вже повернулося.
Our participants online do not hear us unless the microphone is on. It seems that it's okay. So, we've gotten information about a ban on collecting information on nationality. It's relevant for those seeking the administrative services, including IDPs. There is a law on personal data. In the Article 7, we read that it is prohibited to collect personal data of that kind. On the other hand, there is another article which says that Article 7 is irrelevant once the person gives a voluntary consent to personal data processing. This might be especially relevant for families in tough life circumstances as well as IDPs. We do need the information on representatives of the Roma community among IDPs, and we do need information about Roma families in tough life circumstances. I think you will confirm that the majority of Romas who migrated to Zakarpattia from the east are not afraid of saying that they are Romas, and they are ready to sign the informed consent, thus allowing the authorities to process their personal data. Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Irina, would you like to respond? Thank you very much for this response. Yes, indeed. As mentioned before, it is crucial for us to possess information. I will share your message with the team in charge of payments. Thank you. Thank you. We've got 2 more questions. Please pass the mic. Good afternoon. My name is Natalia Churi. I represent an international healthcare foundation in the Carpathian region. We are currently looking for solutions to protect IDPs and refugees in the western part of Ukraine. We have already raised the issue of documents for the Roma community representatives. The strategy envisages improved access to documents. I think this is one of the main priorities because implementation of other objectives will be highly affected by the implementation of this priority. Those who do not have passports cannot get access to the labor market, to education, to pensions, and so on and so forth. I'd like to say that our organization, Carpathian Region NICA, has been active since 2017. We've been active not only in the Zakarpattia, but also in Chernivtsi, Lviv, and Ivano-Frankivsk oblasts. Let me tell you the following. For nearly 3 years, I've been directly dealing with the Roma women who do not have their identity documents, therefore they are vulnerable.
In the west of our country, there are quite many Roma persons in standalone settlements with limited access to education, medical services, and Roma women, as they give birth to children in the maternity houses with no documents, cannot receive the birth certificate to their children. And this causes the problems of receiving passports of Ukrainian citizens, and also only by going to court they can certify the fact of birth. Sometimes the generations stay undocumented. We have the positive examples. We documented the grandmother, the mother, and then the children. And the war created impediments. We are addressed by the internally displaced persons. We cooperate with Roma organizations, including Leonora and also Blago and the Roma organizations. They invite us to shelter to identify undocumented persons, to give them advice, to provide them with legal support. I can also say that the IDPs who also addressed us on such matters as lack of documentation had to evacuate from some areas where armed hostilities take place, and regretfully, with no documents, they arrived to us. Recently, we had a practice when 12-year-old girl, 14-year-old boy, and the mother gave them birth outside of medical institutions. They had no documents. We have identified the fact of birth of such children, gave them the birth certificates, and the 14-year-old boy received his ID documents. Currently, we take direct part in the project, the pilot project of the Office of the Ombudsman of Ukraine, which is implemented in Mukachevo city, and we provide legal support and assistance in the field of receiving the birth certificates, the passports of citizens of Ukraine, and also we represent the interests of such people in the courts of law. Thank you very much for this comment. Actually, the problem of lack of documents is a foundation from which all the other problems stem. Maybe Eleonora will make a comment about it. Would you like to discuss this problem, this huge problem, and what solution do you see? Indeed, there is a problem, and the example which was quoted by Natalia, those have been the IDPs on our shelter, 2 children, and the mother arrived with children, and yet without birth certificates of children. She gave birth in her shed, and the children, 12-year-old and almost 13, the boy was 14, they were with no passports. We did not know what to do, and we have addressed Nika and also the ombudsman, and thanks to them, the support was provided to the children. Nowadays, they are abroad. So they received the documents and you helped them out. There are more questions. Let's give the voice to women first. My name is Sofia. I'm from the city of Zaporizhia. And directly on our second discussion, we again raise the question about involvement of the regional authorities to the work with civic organizations. To your opinion, how to effectively involve regional authorities to work? Because they can see the results directly, and yet it is hard for them to, they are not willing, they are reluctant to involve. The local authorities who are reluctant to involve, how to have them involved, who have the prescription of how to force the local government in Zaporizhia to participate, or maybe in other places as well, how to communicate, how to explain the importance. Maybe you know, Eleonora, for 20 years you have been involved. Indeed, for 20 years. And every time, as I said before, As Volodymyr said before, when the government changes, we start all over again. And this is a regret, and this is true. As soon as we find the people in the government whom to cooperate, who are interested, and nearly the cooperation begins, all of a sudden the government changes. Then we start all over again. This is very important. I can tell you the truth. It's hard for us to work with local government, yet with oblast government, the main thing is to find the people who are open to see the problem, who are not just politicians like politicians, those who have humanity, and they don't have the stereotype anti-Gypsyism. Regretfully, whether we want it or not, whether we close our eyes or we don't, and yet it's in place, it's there, regretfully also in the government. That anti-Gypsyism, they did not arrive from Mars, they are part of society. Because finding people who are sincerely open is not easy, and yet we don't give up. We are looking for them. For example, with Oblast administration, we cooperate actively. Even they visit with us together the settlements, and they distribute humanitarian aid. The Roma Strategy Interagency Working Group, they closely cooperate. Those are people who have simply they have humanity. There are quite many people who are humane. Some people have negative stereotypes, others are proactive. They have the open heart, and we need to find them. And Sabine had a comment.
I think Eleanor's response, of course, is much more specific, and she has much more experience than I do in this question. But one thing I just wanted to also mention is the power of coming together and working together as women's rights organizations. So, because the question comes specifically from Zaporizhia, I would just want to mention that in Zaporizhia, we have a Gender and Humanitarian Action Working Group. So I mentioned earlier in my speech that there is a national level Gender and Humanitarian Action Working Group, but now in several cities, there's also such a group. So this group is a way for women's rights organizations and for CSOs working with women to come together as one force to then talk to either the city authorities or the regional authorities or even the national authorities. So this is a new group now in Zaporizhia, but what I would hope is that basically through the spirit of solidarity, working together, identifying common problems and common issues, that you are able to also talk to both your city and regional authorities.
Дякую. Коротко, бо ще є там ліс-рук ще ж у нас.
Ще хочу докласти, що дуже важливо робити офіційне звернення, тобто листи. Не просто прийти і сказати, але офіційні листи вони не будуть ігнорувати.
Дякую за лайфхак. Так.
Доброго дня, колеги. Мене звати Оксана Барчук. Я із Запорізької області, благодійна організація «100% життя Запоріжжя». І ми вже 20 років працюємо з маргіналізованими групами. І такий, можливо, я надам такий шлях, як можна спілкуватися з владою. І одночасно це питання може вирішити і фінансування, і сталості громадських організацій ромських в контексті співпрацювання з владою. І в мене питання до представниці Міністерства соціальної політики, оскільки міністерство рекомендує органам місцевого самоврядування для того, щоб посилити соціальну підтримку громадян, які мешкають в громаді, залучати недержавних надавачів соціальних послуг.
Non-government providers of government services and to procure a service like psychological support from non-government providers. Currently, we are working, because we work with such a category of HIV-infected children, we advocate that our organization has just of this category they don't address the studies to the municipal services for social services or psychological support. They can address us and receive it, and can receive it with better quality, because such organizations work under the principle of peer-to-peer. What to make, what to do with local governments that they also involve, and they will see such non-government providers of government services, in addition to recommendations, because recommendations are not binding, regretfully. To demonstrate the effective work, then probably the local authorities will hear you knocking the door. Another comment?
Там я просто бачу пана біля Наталі, якого ігнорують уже третє коло. Будь ласка.
The gentleman next to Natalia. Ой, sorry.
Жужуна Додучава, Детское областное общество ромской культуры «Романи сбора». Я хотела бы поделиться своим досвидом.
My experience, how to work with the government entities, how to make friends with them, There are only two: making friends and making friends. No other way out. This is very important. And there is a good saying. So if you have friends, it's important than the government. It's more important than the government. In this organization, our organizations depend on the government. We need to admit this. We need to tell the truth. We depend on the government. Therefore, from my personal experience, I can tell you that always, every time, I solicit, in the good sense of this word, I solicit because first I have to meet people, get acquainted, to demonstrate who we are, and what we are, to demonstrate our work. And every time to say that the civic organizations, civic associations, charitable foundations have been created in order to help our state, our government, to carry out the work which in such time as war cannot the government cover everything. They lack resources to cover the war and to cover all of the other matters. And such matters as Roma matters are quite narrow. The marginal groups, they become always secondary. In order to do it, there are such organizations as our organization. And your message, as I believe, this is my perspective, you always must say that you can help whenever you can, and we shall cooperate. In our region, we make friends with every government, because one cannot resolve any matter unless you are known, unless your organization is known. And there was a question of the documentation, and issuing passport ID documents is a serious matter. If you have, there is a good Georgian proverb, the thread must go into the needle. When they do it, probably they had a friend over there. You must be known. And when you are known, those matters can be resolved over the phone. And if you are not known, then it becomes very hard. With issuance of passport ID documents in Odessa, the situation is difficult because there are some dishonest people. And there was a structure, and the work was organized in such a way that Romas could receive their documents very quickly. And they developed the line. And some dishonest people arrived. And today we cannot provide such people who are 45, especially during the wartime. And the men are without documents. And we cannot allow people into that program because some dishonest people have arrived. And 100%, those are the controlling agencies. And I always say, we need someone strong, some member of parliament, some elected official who will represent us, that we can arrive and people will know that we are good. Some reputable person, the reputation underpinned with effectiveness. I apologize. Good afternoon. I'm happy to be part of this wonderful event. I will briefly discuss the practical case of cooperation with local government. Andriy Zhorakivsky, Carpathian region. We are the executive partner of UNHCR. In the past panel, Vasil from Lviv military administration mentioned that we need to speak of strategic solutions which are long-term. And today, locally in Mukachevo, we have established cooperation which was built for more than 1 year. But I will quote a particular case which was advocated by ourselves and which have been a success. First, we have advocated to the Ministry of Justice about a relief for Roma population from payment services to provide gratis services. Yet we failed. The Ministry of Justice have responded those paid for services are not mandatory. Yet Roma population, when they face the problem of that bureaucratic procedure, it's hard for them to write an application. Therefore, they need to use the paid for services. Luckily, we managed to do it on the local level. With our advocacy, the Mukachev City Hall took a decision to cover of state payments of services when replacing passport, when entering all kinds of information into state registries. And nowadays, Mukachevo City Hall, 80% covers such payments, including those for Roma population. Speaking about the communications in Mukachevo, we have the monument to the Roma farmer next to the Roma settlement. When people are immersed into the topic, rather than people just come to have a picture taken, they find creative solutions. There is one question, the last one, and we shall dismiss for lunch. From the right flank, they have advantage. Those who are to the left, I cannot see. Thank you very much indeed. I have a short question. In the previous panel, your colleagues have mentioned that in Romania, this matter of passports, access to education of Roma communities also exists and is even wider compared to Ukraine, as the number of such Roms is larger. Could you please tell me, do you have any cooperation with Romania and their experience for better implementation in Ukraine, or maybe you can borrow some effective practices from them, which would be good for Ukraine?
Who is aware of the Romanian experience? Who can share? Maybe this question should rather be addressed to the previous panel speakers. You know, it's a pretty specific topic. Look, unfortunately, we've got no experts on the Romanian policy. Maybe you will find someone during the break, and Ms. Victoria will comment on the Mukachevo story. In terms of the social services, it is not just a recommendation. The Ministry of Social Policy is procuring certain services funded from the central budget. These are services relating to the resilience And there is also a resolution on providing small grants to civil society organizations for them to provide services at the level of the local communities. Thus, we incentivize the local services markets. At the same time, we show that it is pretty efficient to act via local organizations. In fact, the resilient services available in 215 communities, and 60% of service providers are local organizations. The beneficiaries provide a pretty positive feedback on the activities of such organizations. Thus, we incentivize the engagement of local organizations. Many thanks, dear Irina, many thanks, dear participants. Now we can suspend our forum for a break, and we are going to resume our forum in 50 minutes.
подякувати усім, завдяки кому наш форум сьогодні став можливим. Національний форум з реалізації ромської стратегії, цінуючи різноманіття, організовано громадською організацією об'єднання ромських жінок «Голос
This forum. The forum is supported by the charity fund dealing with addressing disasters and recovery after them. The national and international foundations addressing disasters provide assistance on behalf of corporations, foundations, and private persons via local grants. Generous financial support was provided also by Oxfam, the government of Great Britain, and Mercy Corps. The National Forum on Implementing Roma Strategy is held under the UN support, and many thanks also to the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Denmark, as well as to the Eastern Center for people affected by war. Another donor is the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Germany. We are grateful to Спроможні та Сильні Fund, supported by the Swiss government. UNHCR, FAO, and UNICEF has also provided their assistance. The National Forum is supported also by UN Women and Women's Peace Foundation, which is a flexible tool supporting local women's capacities in terms of addressing crises, conflicts. And the media partner is the media outlet Apostrophe and All Ukrainian International Channel Apostrophe TV. Now we are about to listen to a video address by Melanie Verver, Executive Director of Georgetown Institute of Women, Peace and Security, and former U.S. envoy on global women's affairs. This speech will be delivered in English. Please put on your headsets to listen to interpretation.
Greetings to all of you gathered for the National Forum on the implementation of the Roma Strategy, valuing diversity. I so wish I could be with all of you today, but I'm very grateful for this opportunity to speak to you virtually. I have had the good fortune to get to know the president of Voice of Romani, Golos Romni. Angelika Bielova is an inspiring representative of your community. We've worked together both at the meeting of Ukrainian women in Warsaw that we at Georgetown convened and at the Berlin Ukraine Recovery Conference. I always value her insights because she brings them from all of you, from your community. And I thank you for what you have been doing during this terrible war, what you've been doing in terms of humanitarian assistance and working with those who are internally displaced in your community. It's extraordinary work. I also want to applaud your positive focus on diversity. It is truly the strength of any society, and you have highlighted it in the title of your meeting. It is a value and must not be allowed to be the source of division. There should be no place for discrimination. The unity of Ukraine's people could not be more important at this time when your country is envisioning a future, even during this war and after Russia's war of aggression. I also want to applaud your focus on implementation. You know, it's easy to adopt plans and strategies, but it's really hard to work on implementation because that's what's centrally important. And again, that's what you are focusing on. Empowering Roma women is not only about achieving equality, gender equality, but it's also about building a more inclusive society. Let me just make a few points. First, building the capacity of Roma women is essential to ensuring participation in decision-making processes at every level. Your unique perspectives and experiences can enrich policymaking and contribute to Ukraine's inclusive recovery. Secondly, combating gender-based discrimination should be a priority for all women, not just Roma women. And every effort should be made to foster solidarity with the broader women's community. Third, you know the barriers that you and your community confront. Barriers to education, to employment, to healthcare, to political participation. These inequalities harm each of you, every member of your community. But it also harms Ukraine when robbed of your full participation. Other issues like legal identity and citizenship barriers are critical challenges you also are working to address, and focusing your efforts to provide women and girls with legal documentation and protections. Moreover, there also can be no place for stereotyping and hate speech, nor for gender-based violence. Fighting all of these threats is a cause for all of us. And fifth, I know you will make every effort to promote education and work to end child marriage and school dropouts among the Roma girls. High unemployment rates among Roma women are compounded by limited educational and professional qualifications. Vocational education and employment opportunities are necessary to break cycles of poverty and achieve the kind of independence, economic independence, everyone wants. Your coming together today is vital, particularly as you work to create and strengthen regional groups to implement the Roma strategy, to ensure your regional action plans address specific challenges and target solutions to overcome them, making all of this very concrete. To developing outreach initiatives to the broader community of the Roma women and helping them to understand their rights and their sources and services that are available to them, to collaborate with NGOs and local authorities to build trust and engage more fully, and make efforts to invest in leadership programs and support education and meaningful mentorships and tailored programs for Roma girls especially. It matters so much that you are creating a better future for them. And so I applaud all of you. I applaud what you are doing. I know these are very, very difficult times, but you will prevail and Ukraine will prevail. I wish you much success in your national forum and all you are going to do as you go forward from this meeting. Slava Ukraini!
Героям слава! Дякуємо пані Мелан за це звернення і на цій панельній дискусії.
Many thanks, dear Melanie, for this welcoming address. Yes, indeed. This panel discussion brings together the best women who create a better future for the generations to come. They will be able to rely on the strength of these women. You work on the gender equality and you focus, of course, on the topic of Roma community and the women's movement within these communities. So the question is, what changes are you observing? Are the voices of Roma's women better heard, especially at the decision-making level? Thank you, Yana. First and foremost, let me welcome all of you, dear friends, colleagues, brothers and sisters. I'm so happy that today we are holding the National Forum on Roma strategy implementation. We've got a broad agenda. This means that you do care. This means that these topics are essential for Ukraine and our overall development. By concerted efforts, our society can resist, can prevail, can win in this unfair war waged by Russian Federation. Their goal is to divide, because if you divide, you can conquer. Divide et impera, it's an axiom. Therefore, the solidarity, the cohesion are really demonstrative. The next question is, how can we achieve the goals that we pursued in 2004, in 2014, when people were crowding at Maidan? Ukraine is the part of Europe, of the European community. So our European integration policy is based on the principles of democracy, zero discrimination, diversity, and participation. Full-fledged participation in decision-making. That's why let me welcome you once again. You are asking about changes. Yes, indeed. I see that some changes are in place. I've been participating in the process for nearly 30 years. Of course, there have been many changes throughout these 30 years. Previously, protection of women's rights was considered solely in light of mothers' and childhood rights protection. The political participation of women was out of question at that time. In early 2000, the law on equal rights and opportunities for men and women was adopted. Since that time, we've started talking about equal rights. This is in line with the CEDAW, with the UN Convention on Elimination of all types of discrimination against women. Today, we see less and less discrimination, less and less public manifestations of bias. Various levels of the society gain understanding of gender equality. For nearly 7 years, I've been a government's commissioner. It's pretty much for our dynamic era. I meet the leaders, I meet the representatives of many organizations. 10 or 15 years ago, the representatives of such organizations as La Strada, for instance, were very complacent, but they were not eager to take me seriously. It was before, but now I see that the leaders are very open and they understand the importance of the questions we raise. So we see the changes in the mindset, which are the most important. It is important to support these changes to avoid mistakes. In 2004 and 2005, our society committed a mistake. At that time, the so-called Orange Maidan prevailed, and the European values have become a mainstream in Ukrainian politics. Everyone was happy because of a democratic course, and everyone relaxed. But it turned out that democracy is reversible. I'm not going to point fingers, but you know countries that demonstrate the fact that the democratic processes have to be monitored closely. Unfortunately, the democracy tends to regress, and we have to do our best to ensure its sustainability. In this respect, it is important to share experience for the new generations to consider this experience. It is not possible to reinvent the wheel. So, what tools can be useful for Roma's movement in terms of building capacity? What could you recommend? Definitely the tools are important. Strategic vision and readiness for changes is number one. Then we need tools. I was going to enlist these tools and then hand it over to Ms. Natalka Karkovska, who can talk more on these tools. In Ukraine, there are 25 regional women, peace and security coalitions. They are active in each and every oblast. This is a solid model of cooperation between the civil society organizations and the executive authorities as well as local self-governments. Together, they are working on implementing women, peace and security agenda. Then,
in every oblast, there are advisory bodies, both on the oblast military administrations as well as the cities, the city executive committees. They have the different names, demographic policy, so long names, countering trafficking in human beings, protection of families, some of them for protection of rights of children. Yet, this is the site you need to enter. With no dialogue with government representatives, we cannot achieve a success. We say we, because for 7 years, as an ombudsman for more than 7 years, leader of La Strada civic organization, and I know how it works. This year, we developed the new National Action Plan, 1325, Women, Peace, Security. While developing, we shall use the well-tested model, providing positive results of making strategic sessions for development of such a plan. Therefore, I invite to get involved with such activity. How to do it, you will ask me, because you are ready to participate via the coalition 1325 or oblast administrations. And also, as I understand, we shall have the announcement, as we had on the Facebook page of Ukrainian Women's Fund. It was preliminary when we planned such a session. Please follow, and you need to be proactive. Education, this is important. As it was shown by experience, one has to keep learning, because the scope of knowledge changes so quickly, which is necessary to be used. Therefore, the training, safe learning, self-learning, quite a lot of good trainings online platform by the State Agency for Civil Service, civic organizations like Prometheus, and DERA, and other platforms. Therefore, trainings for gender policy, and this must be learned. And the last but not least, Also important, this is coordination of the activities between the thematically operating organizations. In the unity, we are strong. Such a unity is needed in order to achieve the objectives. Katerina Levchenko, a government ombudsman for gender policy, as I understand. I would like to start the discussion with leader women. Did not introduce all of them. Now we shall do it in progress. Natalia Karbovska, Director, Strategic Development, Ukrainian Women's Fund. Natalia, please applause. Now we shall applause one by one. Introduction for the third panel. Ukrainian Women's Fund, one of the most powerful women's organizations, which supports other women's organizations, in particular Roma women's organization. The organizations related to education for children, for women. Directly, personally, you promote the involvement of Roma women to decision-making, locally making decisions about their lives. Do you see any positive changes in the women's Roma movement? Can we say that it's a direct part of Ukrainian women's movement? Thank you very much indeed for your question. Good afternoon, dear participants. What we can see, I will start with numbers. When I was going here, I requested statistics from our system of grant management as of 5 years ago and today. How many Roma women's organizations have been supported during the year? Ukrainian Women's Fund, our main mission, our main work, we give the grants, as Jana said before. We support other organizations, women feministic organizations. Therefore, on average, 250, 300 grantees per year. I asked how many women's Roma organizations we have supported 5 years ago, and how many do we support now per year? 5 years ago, we have supported on average one organization per year. And speaking of earlier times, even once in 2 years. Nowadays, on average, our statistics is 6 to 7 projects from Roma women's organizations per year. And to me, please agree, this is quite an indication, and this is an indicative trend that the number of Roma women's organizations, or those who work for the rights of women, has increased, no doubt. And their projects, which is important, their projects become even more systemic, even more efficient, and the ones which are supported by experts. Another important trend that we can notice statistically from our database, it's not only Roma women's organizations are working for support of Roma women. We also have grantees, as I believe some of those organizations are here in this room, which are not exceptionally Roma organizations. And they implement the projects and the initiatives in partnership with Roma women organizations, also for the support of Roma women. I believe that actually this is a good trend. This is a wonderful trend. We would like to have more of such organizations and more of such projects. Speaking about how, to my opinion, what are today's Roma organization or Roma women's organizations? No doubt they are more powerful. They are more professional. They are stronger in advocacy. It's important these days that those are different organizations. Different men and women are involved with such organizations of different age, from different regions, also different spheres of life, different professions. And as for me, this is about systemic approach. And this is that more and more people join actually that movement. When I was preparing to today's panel, I remembered who could think of it. Who else could think of it 3 years ago that Roma organizations will be present at the conference to which it's hard for the civil society to arrive, which is Ukraine Recovery Conference. Who have been there and who knows how to get there. URC, Katerina is telling us it's not easy for the civil society organizations because indeed you have to be very noticeable and very strong and noticeable in order to get there. I'm looking at people who have been there. No doubt. Katerina tells us that we work for it. Indeed, we work together and we are working as a team. Wider women's movement, Roma women's organization, the government ombudsman who is with us, and she provides very strong support to that process. A women's Roma organization, are you on URC, Ukrainian Recovery Conference, I hope also this year. They are on URC, and I remember when in Kiev and other regions we had rallies of women. So many Roma activists, female activists and organizations have attended female rallies. Today's forum demonstrates that no doubt they have become stronger in advocacy. If I still have a few minutes. Speaking about what I can see, what else should be done, what else must be done by a women's organization and by the women's movement, I believe that we need to communicate more often with high quality. Speaking of women's organizations, we can see that quite often something is initiated by women's feministic organizations. Yes, indeed, they invite the representatives of Roma organizations, male or female, and yet they invite them to ready available projects, ready available initiatives. And indeed, we listen to the position of Roma women on that reason. We try to include them, to involve them. However, those are not initiatives by women's organization, the Roma organization, Roma female activists. We would like that process to be both ways. Like today's forum, which was initiated by Roma organizations. For this purpose, I believe we need to know more about each other, and we need to have more sites for communications, and to listen and to hear. This is quite important to hear. If to speak of the initiatives of Roma women's civic organizations, would you like to concentrate on some of them, which has to be rolled out to the national level, or those which are in particularly efficient? Yesterday with Anna, in the evening, we went to the event, and yesterday I remembered of one slogan, which was as old as several years, which I like in Kiev. Then there was the so-called creative women's space, the co-working, the place where feminists came together, and there they had a chimney. It was a special premises with huge chimney on the ceiling, and it was written on it, what would you do if you were not afraid to? If you have been there, you could remember. I believe that every initiative of Roma women and Roma civic organizations, not just Roma, all of us, is of what would you do if we were not scared. Sometimes I'm scared of certain things, especially today. I'm scared to initiate something, and yet every day we go through it. What would you do? Therefore, I believe that every initiative of Roma organizations, women's organizations, is that we need to go through. I would be afraid of it, and yet I did it. From small civic initiative to the huge, powerful one. Therefore, honestly speaking, it's hard to separate. The only thing, what is important, as you may know, it's not just for Roma organizations, also for others. To speak of the leadership, with Angelika Belova, we spoke of it a lot. I'm confident this is still important today. Obviously, there are quite many humanitarian needs. And yet, we cannot just speak of the humanitarian needs. If we just speak of humanitarian needs, we shall stay there. We shall never see that leadership. And we cannot be at that table to make decisions, as Jana said before. Therefore, as for me, every initiative must be supported, scaled up, and for every initiative, I would also add the leadership component. Natalia says one must not be afraid. This is important. And yet I would like to tell you, even from our personal experience with Natalia, that if you come together, at least two persons, it's not that scary. And if there are three of you, it's even less scary. When something is created which looks fearful, please find a person whom you will fear with together, and then you will move forward. I will talk to the president of Civic Orientation Romani Zbora Zhuzhuna Duduchava. Madam Zhuzhuna, when I was told about the forum of who will attend, they said, well, a legend will be there. Madam Zhuzhuna is a legend. Everybody knows her. Is a women's movement because she is a singer, the restaurant owner, and the leader. Just no need to introduce, just the need to applause. Could you please tell us from the perspective of your experience, what is the most important in a women's female movement and what you are working at in this context? I would like to welcome all of you. I have wished everyone good health, joy, happiness in the Roma language. I will speak the mixed language because I'm in the process of learning. I'm learning Ukrainian right now, and I hope that you will allow me to do that because Ukraine is our home, and for all Romas of Ukraine, the homeland is actually Ukraine, and there is no question. Could you please tell us what is for you as a woman leader of Romas is most important in that process? And what would you like to tell the young women who also think that the tradition is not sufficient to them and they could do more, where to find the capacity sometimes to speak against some well-established rules of the communities? The Roma movement, women's Roma movement, is a big power. The strongest link in the society are women, and everything starts from women. The word mother, home, a fireplace. There is a successful woman behind every successful man. This is the first word in the world, which is mother. And in Roma environment, in the Roma community, in our community, this is the most powerful link. This is a woman. They have a lot of duties, responsibilities. They have to do everything. They cannot betray. They have to be on alert. They have obligations before their husbands' family, their own family, and their children. And those women have little time for themselves, if at all. The woman has no right, according to Russian tradition, to get away from that statute. Every time the woman has obligations. This is how girls of Roma are brought up from the first day. They know that they have obligations. And this is hammered into their heads and absorbed with their maternal milk. And the problems that we have in women's Roma society, this is gender-based violence. It's very difficult to work with that problem. It's very delicate. One has to be very careful. there are some, if just to talk on this topic to an unprepared girl or the woman, just to inform. This person will not understand. Therefore, it's necessary to have some methodology, maybe to be from the same environment in order to understand how to work with it, what to do about it. We already have sufficient experience. Why? Because we ourselves come from the same environment that I also understand, and we share some of the traditions that we have in the society. We cannot walk away from them. Finally, like in every nation, they have some traditions that people don't walk away, and they don't have to. Yet the time passes by, and the situation tells us that there is no progress unless we walk away from something which is a burden for us, which prevents us from going forward. Is it difficult to be a leader for the Roma woman? Of course it is, because a Roma woman always behind the man. The man in our environment is number one. Yet it's not only in our environment. This is acceptable. We have a patriarchal system. We are Christians. Therefore, men are always first. In the church, the man comes first. At home, in the group of our Roma, first the father has the food. Nobody eats before he does. The same was here in Ukraine as well. So the father was the first to eat, followed by the others. You will tell us you need to refuse. We need to respect our men, of course. We have to love our traditions. And yet there are certain things we have to walk away from. Unless we walk away from them, then we shall have no progress. We have quite many problems with education. Very few people with university education. We have Roma Educational Foundation, which funded our young girls. Angelika Belova as well, my daughter as well, was in the group of those who have been funded. There was an impulse. There is a range of young women and young men as well who have received university education and went further. But this is a small percentage. Mainly, children don't study further. They remain in different groups. In some, it depends on the group. There is a lady who is present from Kotlar group. And for them, the girls marry early in our group. However, later they marry. And yet there is explanation. Why Kotlars want them to marry early? Because they are afraid that children, by going to school in senior grades, then will mix with non-Roma children. There will be marriages, mixed marriages. The group wants to preserve themselves.
We also have to consider the fact that early marriages are a very old tradition. We originate from India, and by early marriage, people want to prevent mixing up with other nationalities. So these are the peculiarities we have to consider. It is not their arbitrary decision not to continue their education. Maybe they would be eager to continue education, to study at high educational facilities, but people just do not see the light in the end of the tunnel. People say, okay, my son or daughter goes to the high school, but what is next? They do not believe that they will be able to overcome discrimination. We face discrimination all the time at the universities, at the hospitals. I wanted to hospitalize my aunt It was an urgent hospitalization for her, but the hospitals were reluctant to accept a gypsy, as they said this. If an elderly woman wears traditional garment, the bus drivers won't stop to pick her up. Therefore, we have very close communities. Therefore, we are impeded. It is difficult, of course, to work with those people who do not have education. They are lost for the labor market just because they do not have qualifications and skills. They have then to earn money according to their abilities. Everyone has his or her own methods. Some of them just pick up metal scraps, and everyone does what he or she can. With the start of war, the situation has aggravated. Now we have IDPs among Romas. These people have been seriously affected by war. Some of them lost their property, some of them lost their relatives, and their basic needs are not met. They have no accommodation, they have no food. They need humanitarian assistance, and they need food, they need bed sheets, they need medications. So these elementary things. And of course, GBV rates grow under such circumstances because these negative factors aggravate the situation. Roma's men are also at front line. You may be surprised, but yes, there are soldiers. 3 my cousins are fighting now. My cousins, by the way, joined the armed forces voluntarily. We already have widows. Some women are crying all the time because their husbands are missing, and we cannot give them an answer. They do not know what happened to their husbands. It's very difficult to be a leader. Our shelter has been supported by UN Women, so we opened a shelter for IDPs and the women affected by GBV. Unfortunately, the residents of our shelter experienced violence in their lives. It's a snowball of problem. They lost their houses, they experienced GBV and many other problems. They can live in this shelter for 3 months. They receive the assistance from the case manager. They receive MHPSS services. Some people are so deeply affected that they do not respond to any talks. They spend months lying on the couch, providing no response. But we have to help people to overcome these situations because life is going on. Our shelter is unique because there not just gypsies live, but also representatives of other nationalities, and every person has their own manner of managing household. You know that 2 women in the same kitchen are doomed to a conflict. Somebody, but we try to help them. We try to bring peace to them. We nurture them. We help them with the passports. We help them with the legal assistance. We try to resolve the problems. For example, gypsy men are reluctant to be on duty in the shelter, but we managed to strike a consensus. We agreed that they would be fulfilling this duty at night. Typically, gypsy men are reluctant to do housework, so they agree to do it only if no one sees them. When a gypsy man is with his wife, there are just two of them, he helps willingly, but when no one sees that. So such men are eager to help. We know about such situations happening in the collective centers, and we agree to respect this wish. We work with these wonderful girls and women. They are beauteous, but unfortunately they do not have sufficient funds to live a decent life. They have lots of problems. Well, but it is maybe the leadership is important in this respect. It is obvious that the problems cannot be resolved overnight, but they can be addressed step by step. Thank you very much for your enthusiastic approach. You have deserved a round of applause. You are a real legend. Thank you very much. Thank you. Let's continue. Anna Dolgopol, Leadership Advisor from CARE Ukraine. Partners of CARE Ukraine, at least two of them, cooperate with the Roma organizations and provide assistance to Roma women. What are the strengths of women-led Roma organizations, in your opinion? On the other hand, what are the barriers for their development? Ms. Georgina has already outlined the situation, but maybe you have something to add. Good afternoon. I'm so privileged to participate in this panel discussion. I'm not a leader representing the Roma community, but I'm very happy that I can cooperate with Roma organizations. I have learned so much throughout the past year due to our partners. We cooperate with Voice of Romni, it's our new partner, and we've been working with another organization, the Wind of Change, for many years. So we learn all the time. It's a continuous process. You are asking about women's strengths. Frankly speaking, before I arrived here, I had to be counseled by the partners. So now I'm not going to share my personal position. I would rather convey the words of other activists. Many women-led organizations, Roma organizations, are grassroots organizations. These are organizations working at the local level. Under our projects, we help them to create new initiative groups. For instance, some women come together saying that we see a problem and we have to address it. As Ms. Katerina said, when at least two people work on the problem is diminished, and together as a group we can achieve much more. So the success grows exponentially. The women's groups, women's organizations are important in terms of being a role model, a paragon for other women. Women may be afraid of condemnation demonstrated by their families, by their communities. Typically, Roma women are housewives, and your organizations show that there is something beyond the kitchen. Then, grassroots organizations and groups are very knowledgeable. They've got expertise. They understand the needs because they themselves are the part of the community. For instance, this is a group representing the interests of women in Odessa Oblast. They will know their needs for sure. They will know how to work with them. Regarding these strengths, let me get back to the topic of leadership and role models. As I started my activist career, it was very important for me to have a role model. So this is very important. As far as I know, for many Roma girls, Angelika Belova is a paragon. They are looking up to her and they see that some things are really possible. So organization, it's perfect. There should be organizations at various levels. However, we do need additional groups, initiative groups at the level of the village, of the community. Thus, women can combine their efforts and challenge these stereotypes and cultural norms. It is possible with men and it is possible with the authorities. As a Roma woman, you may face lots of limitations, and these initiative groups are able to overcome these limitations. Thank you, Anna. Speaking about leadership, we always recall Scully effect. This is a success story of a detective from a famous series. Women and girls watch this series and realize that a woman can be a detective, can catch bad guys and so on. So, Zinaida Prokopenko, for instance, is another role model, a blogger, a member of a Wind of Change organization. She is ready to debunk the myths on the Roma community, and she is here. Let's start with your activity at the Wind of Change. This is a non-Roma organization working with Roma communities. You are active in Odessa Oblast, you deal with women and children. Please tell us more about your activities. Based on your experience, what is efficient and what is not? Thank you very much. I'm so happy to participate in this panel discussion. It is my first important public event. It's a big privilege for me to share my experience I have accumulated as a blogger, an activist, media leadership trainer, and participant of the mobile group. A topic which is close to my heart is drawing cartoons or drawing comic books for Roma children. What's the main idea of this initiative? The main idea is to overcome gender-based violence in the Roma communities via children. Comic books are well perceived by children. Complicated topics can be explained by means of simple and well-illustrated stories. Thus, children realize what normal relations should look like and what protection mechanisms can be employed. Such comic books are also well intended for women or children who cannot read well. So this is adapted information. This initiative is pretty efficient because it has an effect on young generation. Thus, children get rid of stereotypes and acquire new perception of the traditional gender roles. In my opinion, we need the programs that meet the real needs of women, of Roma women. We also have to foster their economic independence and their rights. Therefore, it is important to upgrade their skills such as tailoring or sewing. And additionally, it is important to have programs that ensure access to MHPSS services and healthcare services. For instance, we have trainings on reproductive health for Roma women. The comic books work best with the youngest generation. The comic books include interesting stories that explain the principle of equality. Due to these stories, girls learn that they have rights, they have right not to get married too early, and children are really fascinated by these stories. These drawings, these images are very simple. However, they secure the inclusive approach. I also coordinate a video podcast project. It is called Roma. We Are Romas. These podcasts aim at debunking stereotypes, debunking myths. This content is intended not only for Roma men and women. Actually, the broader audience can benefit from these videos, learning about the situation in Roma's community. The success stories we stream are very inspiring. They show that every woman can change her life. Wonderful. I would like to ask you about comic books. Olga from Voice of Romani told us about the training on GBV attended not only by women but also by their husbands, their men, because they wanted to know what their women are trained in. So the comic books, you explain equal rights. What is the perception of these books in the communities? Is there any resistance? Well, these comic books are studied not only by young girls but also boys and teenagers. They are interested. For instance, we have a comic book entitled 1001 Advice. Why? Because advice can be translated into Ukrainian as porada, and porada is a traditional Roma name. In this book, we give this name to a fairy who tells the story of a girl who is willing to study, but her parents don't let her. There are other stories about marriages, about equality. So the language is very simple. This fairy Parada comes to these children, to the characters of these books, and says, I will talk to your parents, I will explain them that education is important for you, that you can get skills or get profession. So we read these comics with these fairy tales, and then we ask children about their situations, about their dreams. Children say that they are willing to become a football player, a physician, a singer, or something like that. So you just talk to them in a very plain language so that they understand. Not only 6-7-year-olds are really interested, but also teenagers and their moms. They are very happy to have such a conversation with children.
Але я думаю, що це доволі непроста робота.
This sounds very popular, yet this is not easy to absorb such responsibility, to be a young woman leader in the Roma community. Madam Jujuna has such a reputation because if everything goes wrong, she is not bothered. And yet you are about to gain the same reputation. What problems do you face when you try to destroy stereotypes, to say that the world is not really the same as it is described by tradition? And by default, they have more rights than people were informed about. What is the attitude? As for the skills, I'm grateful to my blog because this is my comfort zone. I managed to bring together 8,000 subscribers who watch me because I destroy stereotypes. I demonstrate Roma community, and yet I demonstrate the people who aspire for something in their lives. I was told on the training that one does not have to discuss it. They never learn, they never start, it's too difficult to complain. One has to demonstrate. Those people who have achieved something in their lives, quite often I just show success stories of athletes, representatives from medical education, from medical sphere, and so on. And this developed a skill to me, the internal one, that there is nothing impossible. If here it was possible, then in the life it will be even easier. And it will be more difficult to be a leader in the Roma community. Yes, indeed, it's difficult because this is a real challenge, first of all. And the role of woman traditionally is perceived that it is limited to the family and domestic duties. The active civic activity or leadership sometimes is not supported. And one has to face with stereotypes from the part of society, in general, also with the internal resistance in the communities. Those are the women which are subject to triple discrimination. The discrimination inside community, discrimination in the society, discrimination from men, and this is difficult. Also, I can see that the situation changes. More and more Roma women begin to participate in the civic activities. They receive education, they're involved in business, they maintain their blogs. This is inspiring, and it proves that changes are possible. And to me, it is important not only to be the role model and the example, and it is also important to demonstrate what else is possible and to support other women, helping them to find confidence in themselves. Because changes don't take place immediately. Because they start with small steps and personal stories of every woman who is brave enough to do more from what is expected. Zineda Prokopenko is a youth Roma activist, influencer, blogger, and the destructor of stereotypes. Online, we expect Simona Gorniak, the editor-in-chief of Suspilne Broadcasting. Simona, are you with us? Shall we discuss the messages that you make? Good afternoon. I welcome all of you. First of all, we would like to congratulate you on the occasion of receiving the Order of Princess Olga for contribution for development of domestic journalism, and it deserves your applause. You have worked as a reporter in the hotspots, and we know which hotspots, which hotlines and hotspots on the front line of Ukraine-Russia war. And you discussed the stories of the military from Roma community, showing they are part of Ukrainian community who also suffer and also who fight for our country. What are the key tasks these days, and where do you see your mission as a person who works in the media and can tell the truth of the community to show the way it is, rather than people have depicted inside of their heads. First of all, what I would like to say that the journalism is not really the work. This is the way to attract some attention and to tell about something important and to attract the attention of those who are not noticed and who are not heard. My first important message: Ukrainian Romas are absolutely integral part, as an integral part of Ukrainian society. Among them, there are doctors, and there are volunteers, and also the military. And regretfully, also there are the military who are not with us any longer, and also they were killed in action. And all those people who make a great contribution into our common struggle. This is the first thing. And the second message, as we have heard before more than once, is of course very important, and currently to destroy fully that stereotype which is today around Roma society and the Roma community. In my reports, I only show the real stories and only the real people. And those people prove that Roma, in the same way, are supporting the country. Also, they help the army. Also, they are in the very powerful volunteer movement. As I said before, regretfully, more than a dozen of Romas are not with us because they were fighting for our independence. And of course, we all have to unite. I believe, regardless of ethnic origin, it's important for us to be in the unity, and it's important for us to move forward. Through all of my stories and documentaries and also reports, I'm not just telling of Romas and their culture life. I'm telling of those people who would like to, and those people are trying to change the world around them, and they are successful in it. And to me, it is also important that their voices are heard. And we do it through the media, and we shall keep doing it. Therefore, those are the main messages. Thank you very much indeed for this work. According to your observations or data, is there a change in the attitude of the society? Is there any reduction of the level of stigmatization? Is there fewer stereotypes of the people about Roma community? Frankly speaking, there are certain changes, and yet they are quite slow. I have analyzed and I thought of it. More than once I faced discrimination, even when I joined the university. They did not want to enroll me. They thought I will damage their image. And yet from year to year, I could see certain changes, yet they have been slow. I believe it does not just depend on Roma community. I believe that one has to work with Ukrainian society, and as I said before, to unite and to work in the unity. And we have uneasy times. Thank you very much indeed. I believe that university has spoiled its reputation. Who could tell this to you, and now they regret that they could tell such unwise things. Суспільне мовлення ще represents, and today we have time for one more question. If you still have the mics. The second row, is it to the left from me? Simona Gorniak, editor on the topic of national minorities of Transcarpathian Oblast of Suspilne Broadcasting. Now the question. I have a comment and a question about what we have discussed on this panel. Each of us have the ways how we overcome the barriers, and every time we return back home. And we return back home where we are not always supported. You spoke of the fear, and indeed there is a fear, and the fear is that big that it knocks you down every day, and you return back every day. Having my own experience and the consequences of such experience, yet I did not find the answer to the question of how to overcome the control which exists in the community and the family when you return back every day. Because this control destroys a lot, and even when there are good initiatives, I'm very grateful that we discussed today what is not written yet and which is worthwhile being implemented. And what to support, to overcome that fear and control, I could not find the answer to that question. Zhuzhuna, maybe you have something to say about it. Fear and control. It cannot be with no control. There must be the balance, obviously. Not coming back home, of course not, because home is what it starts with. We need to transform something. We need to change something inside. And we don't have to leave our home. We cannot do it. Actually, if you are the personality, you would not like to be back home. It's not possible to change anything. In that case, you need to make a step forward. Your way will be difficult, but you need to be strong if you are ready. In Roma environment, there are also the other things which are connected, that a person from Roma environment cannot go away from Roma environment. We have a punishment for it in different groups. In our group, this is called haram. It means that people will be denied, boycotted from the community. We don't speak of it. We say that we need to change our society. You are still quite young. You have your life ahead of you. And on a particular day, you will understand what I say. It's not possible to do nothing with no people. When we are born, the first word we say mother. When we call our mother, when we feel bad, or when we die. This is the very beginning. By having a lot of experience, some people become successful. Everybody has an objective. Somebody is on the top. But when we summarize, we return back to from where we came from. Therefore, in our case, this is about transformation of our society in a good sense. We need to preserve our traditions, our uniqueness. This is my opinion. If you ask me for my opinion, please don't leave. The same as in Ukrainian society. We need to preserve our culture, our folklore, our tradition, everything best. Whatever is best, whatever we can see, must be also brought with us. The same as with the Jewish society. There is a very smart notion. When you transform everything and you absorb the knowledge, you know that the Jews have the concept, is absorption of knowledge, which is an important part of being a Jew when people learn, and this is the objective. But having that knowledge, you can transform and give something from by yourself. You don't have to reject. You have to try. You need to try to take away something and to balance something. Thank you. Anna, you would like to add? I will allow myself to express another opinion. You know what I'm asking about. Of course, it's not a special problem. I'm involved in gender activism for quite many years. I don't speak of what I do in my family. My family pretends that I work somewhere and I make money. My father is a very toxic person when they speak of gender or any matters. And I understand I cannot change him. I decided to choose the distance with my family, which I am ready to sustain. However, I understand that they will not accept my activity to the extent I would prefer. And I believe, therefore, there is no unambiguous answer. Yet, I can say that we are alone. We are born alone and we die alone. And I believe that we have to look for, especially when we become adults, that circle of communications which accept us and in which we feel good. And for that purpose, coming back to the question of collective female leadership, therefore it's very important to have the group of supporters. It's not just about the projects that you make for the community. This is about the place where you feel comfortably and where you are understood, well understood. I will allow myself to take another minute because my previous speech was shorter. The project which is made by our partner organizations, the Winds of Change. Those are projects made by female groups in communities that we support. They decided to make the so-called social stores. Actually, they have an opportunity to cooperate with organization in Odessa, which has second-hand, and they bring second-hand to community. It's called the social store, and they give away the clothing. It's not just of clothing. This is the opportunity for the women to collect the clothing and to spend 2 hours in the house by sorting up the clothing, but actually to having a discussion among themselves. This is an opportunity to create a group of support, to find a group of support which is difficult to find. We all understand that we all have some risks when we go away from our community, family, because it holds us back. It's important to have such a group of support. I understand that it's not possible to find it and it cannot be created that easily. Yet there are possibilities today with the help of international and local organizations to create such groups and to find for ourselves as many safe spaces as possible.
Zinaida, would you like to add anything? Go ahead. Let's get back to Alona's question. As far as I'm concerned, parents do need time. They need time to understand, and they need time to learn how to support their children. They need to realize in what way they can develop their children. Our modern generations have lots of opportunities. We try to grasp these opportunities. And our parents, especially Roma parents, are not ready for this wave of opportunities, this surge of opportunities. So it's difficult for them to get adapted. I think that patience is what we need. And the changes will happen with the lapse of time. I work with children, I work with teenagers, with teenager girls, and I have to call parents asking them to let their children attend a training or some classes. I call them saying, please let your children go because it's safe and useful. I'm Roma representative myself. Parents know me, so they are eager to listen. Time and patience are instrumental in resolving the facts. Thank you, Zinaida. I think on this positive note we can wrap up. Yes, time and patience and some distance are essential. A round of applause for our participants, but first let's have a picture together. Thank you so much. Please come back to your seats. But it's not the end yet. Please do not leave the room. Before we close our event, let's thank our partners once again. Due to their efforts, we have held this forum on implementation of Roma strategy. Our partners, our hosts, are Voice of Romani, Disaster Center, helping the communities to recover after disasters. It provides resources and expertise to address the aftermath of the disasters. Our event was supported by Oxfam, by UK Aid and Mercy Corps. The National Forum has been held due to generous support of UNDP and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Denmark. The resilience in the East project is another project implemented together with the CARE, Voice of Romani, with support of the Ministry of Foreign Cooperation of Germany. Спроможні та сильні is another partner supported by the government of Switzerland. Generous financial support was also provided by UNHCR, by World Food Programme and UNICEF. The National Forum is implemented with technical support of UN Women and Humanitarian Peace Fund. This is a flexible tool supporting high-quality interventions to address disasters and crises. The forum's media partner is Apostrophe Media Outlet and All Ukrainian channel Apostrophe TV. Thank you very much for your participation, for your questions. It seems that so many things have to be changed. It seems that the processes procrastinate, but indeed, just a couple of years ago, we could not imagine such an event attended by so many men and women who are ready to undertake responsibility, who are role models for other people. So this glass is now half full, and together we can fill it to the brim. We are working for the sake of Ukraine. We have common European future. Thank you very much for working together. So the first day of our national forum has been definitely a success. But we have not finished yet. Tomorrow, you will have